The Book of Mises, Part 2, by al-Jahiz. Translation by Muhammad al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. The Hadith of Abū al-Kinānī. Abū al-Kinānī said, "The first of rectification is that what has come into my hand should not be returned to you. For if what has come into my hand is mine, it is mine. And if it is not mine, I am more entitled to it than he who placed it in my hand. Whoever brings something out of his hand to another without necessity has made it permissible to him to whom he passed it. And your dispersing of it is like permitting it." A woman said to him, "Woe to you, O Abū al-Kinānī! I have married a day husband, and this is his time, and I have no adornment. So buy for me with this loaf some myrtle, and with this penny some oil, for you will be rewarded. Perhaps God will cast my love into his heart, and provide me at your hand with something by which I may live. For by God my condition has worsened, and exhaustion has reached me." He took them and went his way. She saw him after days and said, "Glory be to God, did you not have mercy on me for what you did to me?" He said, "Woe to you, the penny fell from me by God, so from grief I ate the loaf." He fell in love with a woman, and ceased not to follow her and weep before her until she had mercy on him. She was wealthy, and he was destitute. He requested of her a harissa, meat porridge, saying, "You are more skilled at it." When days had passed, he craved heads from her. When a short time had passed, he requested a date dish, haiz. When that had passed, he craved a stew, tafishila, from her. The woman said, "I have seen the love of people residing in the heart, the liver, and the vitals, but your love does not go beyond your stomach." Abu al-Asbagh said, "Abū al-Kinānī insisted upon a people when proposing to them, asking about the woman's wealth and counting it. He asked about it. They said, 'We have informed you of her wealth, so what is your wealth?' He said, 'And what is your questioning about my wealth? That which is hers suffices me and suffices her.' I heard a sheikh of the sheikhs of Ubullah claiming that the poor of the people of Basra are better than the poor of the people of Ubullah. I said, 'In what have you favoured them?' He said, 'They are more intense in magnifying the rich and more knowledgeable of duty.' Between two men of Ubullah. A dispute occurred between two men of Ubullah. One of them made the other hear harsh words, and he replied with the like of his words. I saw that they denounced that with intense denunciation, yet I saw no cause for it. I said, 'Why did you denounce that he should say to him the like of what he said?' They said, 'Because he has more wealth than him. If we permit this to him, we permit our poor to reciprocate against our rich, and in this is total corruption.' Hamdan ibn Sabah said, 'How has Riyah come to make me hear, while I do not make him hear? Is he more wealthy than I?' Then he fell silent. He said, 'A visitor from the people of Basra would be staying comfortably with an Ubullan. When the high tide came, they would say, "We have never seen a tide rise as this has risen. How pleasant is travel in the tide, and travel in the tide to Basra is more pleasant than travel in the ebb to Ubullah." They would not cease with him until he saw that it was opinion to seize the opportunity of that very tide. Ahmed bin al-Karaki. Ahmed bin al-Karaki was miserly and boastful. This is the most angering of conditions. He used to attach 4 buttons to every tunic, that people might see he wore 2 tunics. He would buy fruit stalks, date clusters, and palm fronds from the river bank. When the porter brought them to his door, he would leave him for an hour to delude people that he possessed lands from which all that could be born. He used to hire the pots of the vintners that are for wine, seeking the largest of them, and evade the porters regarding the payment, that they might shout at the door, "They drink daddy and sugar," and detain the porters for the wage. While he had not in his house a pound of date syrup, he heard the saying of the poet, "I saw that bread was mighty in your presence, until I reckoned bread to be in the atmosphere of the clouds. You did not fan us to drive away the flies from us, but you feared the calamity of the flies." He said, "And why did he drive them away? May God curse him. By God, I know only that he made the food appetizing to them, cleaned the bowls for them, emptied them for it, and enchanted them over it. Then should he not leave them to fall into their bowls and land upon their noses and eyes? He, by God, is worthy of what is greater than this. How many times have you seen that I commanded the servant girl to throw a fly, 2 flies, and 3 into the bowl, so that some of them might feel disgust, or God might suffice their evil?" He said regarding the verse, "I saw that bread was mighty in your presence until—" He said, "If I do not hold mighty this thing which is the sustenance of the people of the earth, the origin of foods, and the prince of nourishments, then what shall I hold mighty? Yes, by God, I cherish it, and cherish it, and cherish it, and cherish it, as long as breath lasts, and as long as my eye bears water." His boastfulness reached such an extent that Ibrahim ibn Hani informed me, saying, I was with him one day, when a seller passed by shouting, "Peaches! Peaches!" I said, "Have peaches come already?" He said, "Yes, they have come, and we have had much of them." My anger at him drove me to call the seller. I turned to Ibn al-Karaki and said, "Woe to you! We have not heard of it yet, and you have had much of it? And you know that our companions are more luxurious than you." Then I turned to the seller and said, "How do you sell the peaches?" He said, 6 for a dirham. I said, "Are you of those who buy 6 peaches for a dirham, when you know it will be sold after days at 200 for a dirham? Then you say, 'We have had much of it,' while this one says 6 for a dirham." He said, "And what is cheaper than 6 things for a thing?" The boy of Saleh bin Affan. The boy of Saleh bin Affan used to request from him oil for the donkey's stable at night. He would give him every night 3 pennies, fols. The tasuj is 4 pennies. He would say, "A tasuj is excess, and a grain is a decrease, and between them the archer shoots." He used to say to his son, "Do you give the owner of the bath and the owner of the ferry a tasuj each? If he sees nothing with you but 3 pennies, will he not turn you back?" Abu Ka'b said, Musa bin Jana invited a group of his neighbours to break fast at his house in the month of Ramadan, and I was among them. When we had prayed the Maghrib and Ibn Jana had finished, he turned to us and said, "Do not hasten, for haste is from Satan. And how can you not hasten when God, glorious is his mention, has said, 'And man has been hasty'?" 17:11. And he said, "Man was created of haste." 21:37. Listen to what I say, for in what I say is good companionship in eating, distance from selfishness, a guided outcome, and a praised conduct. If one of you extends his hand to the water to ask for drink, and you have been brought a milk pudding, bahata, or a nut dish, jao zaba, or a gruel, or some of what flows in the throat and is not swallowed with water, needing no chewing, being food of one hand, not food of 2 hands, having no burden for the people of the hand, and being of that which disappears quickly, then hold back until your companion finishes. For you combine against him qualities. Among them is that you spoil that drink for him if he knows he cannot finish save with your finishing. And among them is that you enrage him, and he finds no escape from repaying you. So perhaps he will rush to a hot morsel and die while you watch him. And the least of it is that you incite him to greed and large mouthfuls. For this reason the Bedouin said, when it was said to him, "Why do you begin by eating the meat which is atop the broth?" He said, "Because the meat is a traveller, and the broth is a resident. And I, even if the food is my food, I do likewise. So if you see my deed opposing my word, then I have no obedience over you." Abu Ka'b said, "Perhaps some of us would forget and extend his hand to the bowl, while his companion had extended his hand to the water. Musa would say to him, 'Your hand, O forgetful one.' And were it not for a thing, I would say to you, 'O feigning one.' He said, and he brought us a rice dish. Had a man wished to count its grains, he could have counted them, due to its scattering and its paucity. He said, they scattered upon it a dab of date syrup, the measure of half a small cup. A piece fell that night into my mouth, and I was at his side. He heard its sound when I chewed it. He struck his hand upon my side and said, 'Grind, O Abu Ka'b, grind.' I said, 'Woe to you, do you not fear God? How can I grind an atom that cannot be divided?'" The story of Ibn al-Aqadi. Ibn al-Aqadi would perhaps invite his companions to the orchard. I did not think him one whose heart could bear that in any state. So I asked one of his visitors one day, saying, "Relate to me your affair." He said, "And you will cover for me?" I said, "Yes, as long as I remain in Basra." He said, "He buys for us rice in its husk and carries it with him. He has nothing with him of what God created save that rice. When we come to his land, he tasks his tiller to husk it in a mortar of his. Then he winnows it, then sifts it. Then he husks the lentils. When he finishes the buying and carrying, then the husking, then the winnowing, then the turning and sifting, then the husking of the lentils, then their winnowing, then their turning and sifting. He tasks the tiller to grind it upon his ox and in his mill. When he has ground it, he tasks him to boil the water for him and to gather firewood for him, then tasks him with the kneading, because with hot water it yields more. Then he tasks the tiller to bake it, and before that he has tasked them to set hooks for him for fish, and to dam the stream against the small fish, so they enter not the channels, so they thrust their hands into the holes of the shalabi and rumman fish. If we catch something of fish, he makes it a roast upon the fire of the bread under the baking slab, so that he needs not much firewood. We cease not from morning until night in toil and the hunger of waiting. Then our supper is nothing but black rice bread, unsifted, with shalabi fish. Had he the power to do other than that, he would have done so. I said to him, "Why does he not take a place for rice beds from some of the soft parts of his land, and sow the rice for you? Then the choice would be in his hand. If he wished to hasten the food for you, he could feed you the single, or if he loved to delay, to feed you the essential." He said, "By God, if he hears this and its frugality, he will task himself with it. God regarding us, for we are a wretched people, and had we power over anything, we would not endure this tribulation." Ismail ibn Ghazwan al-Makki narrated to me, saying, "I spent the night with Ismail ibn Ghazwan. He lodged me with him only when he knew that I had supped at Muwayz's house, and carried with me a skin of date wine. When the greater part of the night had passed and sleep rode me, I made the carpet my bed and my hand my pillow. There was nothing in the house save a prayer rug of his, a cushion and a pillow. He took the pillow and threw it to me. I refused it and returned it to him. He refused, and I refused. He said, "Glory be to God. Can it be that you pillow your head on your elbow while I have a surplus pillow?" So I took it and placed it under my cheek. My objection to the place and the hardness of my bed prevented me from sleep. He thought I had slept. He came little by little until he withdrew the pillow from under my head. When I saw that he had gone with it, I laughed and said, I was indeed without need of this. He said, "I came only to adjust your head." I said, "I was not going to speak to you until you had turned away with it." He said, "It was for this I came, but when the pillow came into my hand, I forgot what I came for. And date wine, as you know, by God, departs with memory entirely." Al-Hizami, al-Makki, and al-Arudi narrated to me, saying, "We heard Ismail say, 'Have they not agreed that misers in the aggregate are wiser than the generous in the aggregate? Here we are before you, a group. Among us are those whom people claim to be generous, and among us are those whom people claim to be miserly. Look, which of the two parties is wiser? Here am I, and Sa'al ibn Harun, and Khaqan ibn Subay, and Ja'far ibn Sa'id, and al-Hizami, and al-Arudi, and Abu Yaqub al-Khuraymi. Is there with you anyone save Abu Ishaq?" Al-Makki narrated to me, saying, "I said to Ismail once, 'I have never seen anyone who spent of his wealth upon people, then, when he needed them, they consoled him.' He said, had what they did been for the pleasure of God, and in accordance with the truth, God would not have gathered for them treachery and meanness from the quarters of the earth. Had this spending been in its right, God, glorious is his mention, would not have tried them with the entirety of his creation." Tamam bin Abi Nu'aym narrated to me, saying, "We had a neighbour who held a wedding. He made his food entirely faludhaj, sweet pudding. It was said to him, 'The cost is great.' He said, 'I endure the weight of the debt for the hastening of rest. May God curse women. I doubt not that he who obeys them is worse than them.' And a story we heard in the course of time. They claimed that a man reached the limit in miserliness and became a leader, and that when the dirham came into his hand, he addressed it, confided in it, vowed himself for it, and deemed it slow in coming. Among what he said to it was, 'How many lands have you traversed? And how many purses have you parted from? And how many obscure men have you raised? And how many elevated men have you obscured? You have a right upon me, that you shall not be naked nor exposed to the sun.' Then he casts it into his purse and says to it, 'Dwell in the name of God in a place where you shall not be humiliated, nor disgraced, nor disturbed.' And he never entered a dirham into it, and brought it out. And his family persisted against him in a desire, and multiplied upon him regarding the spending of a dirham. He put them off as much as possible. Then he took a dirham. While he was going, he saw a snake charmer, Hawa, who had released a viper upon himself for a dirham he would take. He said to himself, 'Does he destroy something for which the soul is sacrificed, for a meal or a drink? By God, this is but an admonition to me from God.' So he returned to his family and returned the dirham to his purse. His family was in tribulation, and they used to wish for his death and deliverance from him by death, and life without him. When he died, and they thought they had rested from him, his son came forward and seized his wealth and house. Then he said, 'What was the condiment of my father? For the greatest corruption is in the condiments.' They said, 'He used to season his bread with a cheese he had.' He said, 'Show it to me.' Lo, in it was a groove like a stream from the trace of the wiping of the morsel. He said, "What is this pit?" They said, "He would not cut the cheese, rather he would wipe upon its back, so it was hollowed, as you see." He said, "This destroyed me, and by this he seated me in this seat. Had I known that, I would not have prayed over him." They said, "Then how do you wish to act?" He said, "I will place it from afar, and point to it with the morsel." This last letter does not please me, for excess has no limit. We recount only what has existed among people, and what it is permissible that there be the like of among them, or an argument, or a method. As for the likes of this letter, it is not of what we mention. But as for the rest of the discourse of this man, it is of this chapter. Hadith of Ibn Jahana al-Thaqafi spoke, "I am filled with wonder at the one who denies date wine to he who seeks it. For verily such wine is but sought for a day of bloodletting, or a day of cupping, or a day wherein a visitor arriveth, or a day of partaking in fresh fish, or a day of taking medicine. We have never beheld one seeking it while possessing it, nor one hoarding it to monopolize, nor to sell and profit thereby. It is a thing the seeking whereof is comely, the gifting whereof is comely, and the placement whereof is comely. In its origin it is plentiful and cheap. What then is the reason for its prohibition? None prohibits it, in my view, save he who possesseth no share in the character of the noble. Furthermore, I am not made apprehensive by the diminution of my wine through what I gift of it. For when I seclude myself from my drinking companions in measure equal to what I have expended, my wine returneth to me in its original state, and I have earned praise through that which harmed me not. Whosoever abandons earning praise through that which harms him not, is yet further from earning praise through that which doth harm him." Ibn Jahana mentioned the generosity he gains by gifting his wine, yet he mentioned not the burden he bears by shielding himself from his companions. Hadith of al-Asma'i, or perhaps another, related, "Some folk provided a man of Medina with a workhorse, and he tethered it to the manger. He roused from his sleep and found it feeding. Then he slept and roused again to find it feeding. Thereupon he cried out to his servant, 'O son of my mother, sell him, or else gift him, or else return him, or else slaughter him. Do I sleep whilst he sleeps not? Would he consume the very core of my wealth? He desireth naught but my utter uprooting.'" Hadith of Abu al-Hasan al-Madaini. Abu al-Hasan al-Madaini related, "There was in al-Madain a date merchant, and whenever his servant entered the shop, the merchant would employ a ruse to delay him, accusing him thereby of eating the dates. One day he questioned him, and the servant denied it. The merchant called for a piece of white cotton and said, "Chew this." He chewed it, and when he cast it forth, the merchant found within it sweetness and yellowness. He said, "Is this your habit every day, whilst I know it not? Go forth from my house." There was amongst us a man of Banu Asad, who, if the tiller's son climbed a palm tree of his to gather fresh dates for him, would fill his mouth with water. The people mocked him, saying, "He drinks it and eats something upon the palm, and if he wishes to descend, he urinates in his hand, then retains it therein. Yet the fresh date is lighter upon the sons of tillers and the sons of others, than that anyone should bear half of this detestable act, or even a portion thereof." He said, "Thereafter he would fill his mouth with yellow or green water, so that the boy could not find the like thereof at the tops of the palms." Hadith of the Egyptian. The Egyptian, who was a neighbour to the house of Darashi, whose wealth was beyond counting, related to me, saying, "He rebuked a beggar one day, whilst I was with him. Then another stopped, and he rebuked him also, yet with rage and fury. I turned to him and said, 'How hateful is begging unto you?' He replied, 'Yea, for the generality of those you see among them are wealthier than I.' I said, 'I deem you hate them only for this.' He answered, 'Were all these able to seize my house, they would demolish it, and were they able to take my life, they would pluck it out. Were I to obey them and give them all they asked, I would have become like unto them long ago. How then do you deem my hatred should be for him who would force me to this?' Now his brother was his partner in all things, and was his equal in miserliness. One Friday his brother placed before us, whilst we were at his gate, a tray of fresh dates worth but 2 daniques in Basra. While we were eating, his brother arrived. He offered no greeting, and spoke not until he entered the house. We found this strange, for he used to be excessive in displaying cheerfulness, making cheerfulness a shield for his wealth, knowing that if he combined refusal with arrogance, he would be slain. We knew not his ailment, nor did his brother. When the next Friday came, his brother again called for a tray of dates. While we were eating, he emerged from the house, offering no greeting and not pausing. We found this strange and knew not the story. When it was the next Friday, and he saw the like of it, he wrote to his brother, "O my brother, the partnership between me and you existed when children were few, but with abundance comes difference. I am not secure against my children, and your children falling into that which is hateful. There are moneys here in my name, of which you own half, and moneys in your name of which I own half, and silent wealth in my home, and silent wealth in your home. We know not the surplus of one over the other. If the command of God strikes us, war shall stagnate between these young men, and clamour shall lengthen between these women. The opinion is that we proceed today to cut off this cause from them." When his brother read his letter, it weighed heavily upon him and frightened him. He turned the opinion over, back to belly, yet the turning increased him only in ignorance. He gathered his children and spoke harshly to them, saying, "Perchance one of you has erred with a single word, or perhaps this tribulation is from the crimes of the women." When he knew the innocence of the folk, he walked to him barefoot on foot, and said, "What calls you to division and distinction? Call the righteous people of the mosque this hour, that I may make them witnesses that I am but an agent for you in these estates. Transfer everything in my house to your house. Test this from me this hour. If you find me dodging or making excuses, then do as you will. My need now is that you inform me of my sin." He said, "You have no sin, yet there is no escape from division." He remained with him, imploring him until midday, then remained that day until midnight, imploring and petitioning him. When the matter grew long upon him, and exhaustion overcame him, he said to him, "Tell me of your placing trays of dates, spreading mats in the alleyways, bringing cold water, and gathering people at my door every Friday, as if you thought we were blind to this act of nobility. If you feed them Barney dates today, you will feed them sugar tomorrow, and after tomorrow halbatha dates. Then, after Fridays, it will occur on the rest of the days of the week. Then the fresh dates will turn to lunch, then lunch will lead to dinner. Then you will proceed to clothing, then to gifts, then to carrying burdens, then to the fabrication of favours. By God, I feel pity for the treasuries of the kingdom and the land tax from this. So how then for the wealth of a merchant who gathered it from grains, carrots, daniques, quarters, and halves?" He said, May I be made your ransom? Do you desire that I never eat a fresh date ever, let alone other things? Furthermore, by God, I shall never speak to them again." He replied, "Beware that you err not twice, once in giving them hope in you, and once in earning their enmity. Exit from this matter according to the account by which you entered it, and submit, and you shall be safe." Abu al-Hudayl had gifted a chicken to Muwais. The chicken he gifted was inferior to what was kept for Muwais, yet by his generosity and good nature he feigned wonder at its fatness and the goodness of its meat, knowing Muwais to be of intense tight-fistedness. He would say, "And how did you find that chicken, O Abu Imran?" He would reply, "It was a wonder of wonders." Then he would say, "And do you know its breed? And do you know its age? For verily a chicken is but made good by breed and age. And do you know with what we fattened it, and in what place we fed it?" He ceased not in this, whilst the other laughed a laugh we knew, but which Abu al-Hudayl knew not. Abu al-Hudayl was the soundest of people in heart, the broadest in character, and the easiest in manner. If they mentioned a chicken, he would say, "Where was it, O Abu Imran, compared to that chicken?" If they mentioned a duck or a kid or a slaughtered camel or a cow, he would say, "Where is this slaughtered beast among beasts compared to that chicken among chickens?" If Abu al-Hudayl deemed fat any bird or beast, he would say, "No, by God, not like that chicken." If they mentioned the sweetness of fat, he would say, "The sweetness of fat is in cows, ducks, the bellies of fish and chickens, especially that breed of chicken." If they mentioned the birth of something or the arrival of a person, he would say, "That was a year after I gifted you that chicken," or "There was naught between the arrival of so-and-so and the sending of that chicken save a day." It became a proverb in all things, and a history for all things. He once turned to Muhammad ibn al-Jahm, whilst I and our companions were with him, and said, "I am a man with holes in my hands. I retain nothing. This hand of mine is skilled in earning, but in spending it is clumsy. How many 100,000 dirhams do you think I have divided amongst the brethren in a single sitting? Abū Uthmān knows this. I ask you by God, O Abū Uthmān, do you know this?" I said, "O Abu al-Hudayl, we doubt not what you say." Yet he was not content with my presence for this speech until he called me to witness, nor content with my witness until he made me swear an oath. Abu Sa'id al-Madaini was an imam in miserliness amongst us in Basra. He was of the grand notables and their wealthy ones. He was of intense intellect, intense eloquence, present in argument, and far-reaching in deliberation. I used to marvel at our companion's interpretation of the Arab's saying concerning the baseness of the suckling wretch. Our companion said, "Every wretch is a miser, but not every miser is a wretch." For the name of wretch, Laim, falls upon miserliness, and upon lack of gratitude, and upon baseness of soul, and upon having an ancient root in that. Abu Zayd said, "He is a Laim, base one, and a Mulim, one who acts basely. The Laim is what I have explained, and the Mulim is he who gives excuse for the base one. As for the suckling wretch, he is the one who does not milk into a vessel, but suckles from the udder, fearing that any of the milk might be lost." Thawab ibn Shama al-Anbari said concerning his wife from Hamdan, "And the story of Malija which she told me, she leaves the vessel to drink directly from the front teats. When this reached him concerning her, he divorced her. When he divorced her, it was said to him, 'Verily, miserliness disgraces a man, but when have you heard of a woman satirized for miserliness?' He said, "It is not that. I fear she might bear me one like her." Rafi ibn Huraym said, "She milks sitting and suckles at times whilst your cup is present." He prays to God to make him an owner of sheep and not an owner of camels, so that he may suckle from the udder even if he has a vessel. The Arab might swear against his companion, saying, "If you're lying, may you milk sitting," meaning, may God exchange for you the nobility of camels with the baseness of sheep. So how can we marvel at the baseness of the suckler when Abu Sa'id al-Madaini did greater than that? He seasoned his bread from a jar of vinegar while standing until it was exhausted, letting forth neither little nor much. He had a circle wherein sat the usurers and the misers who discussed the preservation of wealth. It reached them that Abu Sa'id went to Al-Qurayba every day to exact from a man there some dirhams owed to him, and they said, "This is a great error and much waste. Prudence is but to be strict without waste. This companion of ours has brought upon himself varieties of tribulation." They gathered around him by way of leisure and benefiting from him. They said, "We see you doing a thing we know not, and the error from you is greater than from another. This matter has confused us, so inform us of it, for our chests have tightened because of it. Inform us of your going to Al-Qurayba to exact 5 dirhams. Firstly, we are not secure for you against the wearing down of your body, and your age is advanced. If you fall ill, you will abandon the pursuit of the much because of the little. Secondly, you exert this exertion, so you must needs increase your dinner if you are of those who dine, or dine if you are of those who do not. If this is combined, it is more than 5 dirhams. Furthermore, you need to cut through the middle of the market, and you wear your clothes, and beasts of burden meet you. From here a snag, and from there a pull, and thus the garment is ruined. Also your sandal wears thin and tears, and the leg of your trousers gets dirty and wears out. Perchance you stumble in your sandal and tear it apart, or rip it open. Finally, exacting the little leads you to this, whilst you have attained nothing of it, and you are most excellent. Yet we love that you clarify the matter with something, for not all of us trust in your correctness in everything." Abu Sa'id said, "As for what you mentioned of the body's wear, verily that which I fear for my body from ease and lack of movement is greater. I have not seen bodies healthier than those of the porters and the wanderers. The people before me, that they died was because they had not that habit. Do not people say, 'By God, so-and-so is healthier than the police runners'?" Meaning the movement of the runners in sprinting. Perhaps I stay in the house for some matter, so I ascend and descend frequently for fear of lack of movement. As for occupying oneself with the distant over the near, I do not turn to the distant until I have finished with the near. As for what you mentioned of the increase in food, my soul has become certain, and my heart has found peace, that my soul has naught but what belongs to it. If it calls me to account on days of exertion, I call it to account on days of rest. It shall know then where the days of Al-Qurayba stand in relation to the days of Thaqif. As for what you mentioned of meeting beasts of burden, and the crowding of the market folk, and the snagging and pulling, I cross the breadth of the market before the market folk rise for their prayer, then my return is upon the back of the market. As for what you mentioned regarding the sandal and the trousers, from the moment of my exiting my dwelling until I draw near the door of my companion, my sandals are in my hand and my trousers in my sleeve. When I arrive at his place, I put them on, and when I depart from him, I take them off. Thus, in that day, they are more rested of body and better in state. Remains there now anything of what you mentioned? They said, No. He said, Then here is one point that sufficeth for all you have mentioned. They said, And what is it? He said, If he whose house is near, and against whom I hold claims for thousands of dinars, knoweth the intensity of my demand upon him whose house is far, and against whom I hold claim only for copper coins, he will bring my right, and will not let his soul covet my wealth. This is a management that combines the return of my wealth with the length of my body's rest. Then I have the choice in abandoning rest, for I divide it over tasks then as I will. Furthermore, this little amount, even if it were not a surplus from much, and connected to a well-known debt of mine, it would be permissible for me to forego it. But that I should leave a thing that gives hope for the surplus of what remains with the debtors, this is what is not permissible. They rose and said collectively, No, by God, we shall never ask you concerning a difficulty again. Ahmed al-Makki, the brother of Muhammad al-Makki, related to me, and he was connected to Abu Sa'id by reason of usury and the craft of wealth, and because of the wonders of Abu Sa'id and his discourse. Ahmed said, I said to him once, By God, you are of much wealth, and you know what we are ignorant of, yet your shirt is filthy. Why do you not command it be washed? He said, If I were of little wealth and ignorant of what you know, what would your saying be to me? I have pondered this for 6 months, and the face of the matter has not yet become clear to me. I say at times, the garment, if it becomes dirty, eats the body just as rust eats iron. And the garment, if perspiration follows upon it, and it dries, and the dirt piles upon it and cakes, it eats the thread and burns the yarn. This is alongside the stench of its odour and the ugliness of its sight. Furthermore, I am a man who goes to the doors of debtors, and the servants of my debtors are tyrants. What is your thought of them if they see me in tattered rags and filthy old clothes and a state of mourning? They would frown once and bar me once. That would return upon us as a harm in the preservation of wealth, and banish from it all that aids in its retention, alongside what enters of rage, and the detested things encountered by one in such a state. When these thoughts gathered, I intended to wash it. But when I intended it, an opposer opposed me, making me imagine he came from the direction of prudence and reason, saying, The first of that is the cost, which is in the water and the soap. And the servant girl, if she increases in labour, she increases in eating. Soap is a lime, and lime eats the garment and wears out the silk, and the garment remains in danger until it is handed to the fuller and the beater. Then, when it is cast upon the line, it is exposed to pulling, snagging, and tearing. And one must needs sit that day in the house. And when I sit in the house, they open upon us doors of expenditure and doors of desires. The clothes must needs be beaten. If we beat them at home, we tear them, and if we hand them to the fuller, it is cost upon cost, and perhaps he inflicts upon them a harm that is more severe. I have never sat in the house, but that the debtors spread rumours about me, claiming I had illnesses and accidents, and in that there is corruption for them, and twisting, and greed that was not with them. Then, if I wear it, and it has become white and beautiful and dry and sweet, the filth of my body and the abundance of my hair become manifest at that time, and some of it was connected to the other, so I separated it, and what was not clear became clear to me, and I cared for what I did not care for. That becomes a call to enter the bathhouse. If I enter it, it is a heavy cost, along with the risk to the clothes. And I have a beautiful young wife. If she sees me having applied depilatory and washed my head and whitened my clothes, she will accost me with perfume and wear the best of her clothes and present herself to me. I am a stallion, and the stallion, if he is aroused, nothing turns his head. If I desire to lie with her and she sees my greed, she will scatter demands upon me. Then we need to heat water. And more severe than all this is that she might conceive, and we need a wet nurse, and we fall into that which has no end. Along with many matters, some of which Ahmed forgot, and some of which I forgot. This Abu Sa'id, despite his miserliness, was of the loftiest soul among people and the most protective of his dignity. It reached such a point in his affair that he went to a man of Thaqif to exact from him 1,000 dinars, and the money was due. He would perhaps prolong the sitting with him. Lunch would be presented, and he would dine with him, exacting the debt the while. When the delay grew long upon him, he said to him one day, whilst at his table, "Verily, for this wealth there is a zakat to be paid." We knew, when we let this wealth out of our hands, that it was exposed to loss, and to long disputation, and to falling into inheritance. Then we were content from you with a small profit, because of what we thought of your good payment. Were it not for that, we would not have been content with this wealth. If the condition of this wealth is that it returns after a year, and I eased you by goodly demand for a month or two, then it remained with me, until I found for it the like of you. For a month or two its surplus is wiped out, and a surplus has gone out against us. The like of you suffices with a hint, yet my demand has lengthened, and your negligence has lengthened. He said this speech, and in doing so he ceased not eating. A man of Thaqif turned to him and insinuated that if he desired payment purely, it should be in the mosque, and not in the place where lunch is attended. He ceased eating, and blood leaped into his face, and he looked at him with the look of a savage camel, then almost flew. He turned to him and said, "May you have no mother. I have but seasoned my bread from a jar of vinegar, until it finished out of good reason, and I loved wealth for my hatred of poverty, and I hated poverty by virtue of my disdain for bearing humiliation. Do you insinuate to me, may you have no mother, that I desire his lunch? By God, I ate not with him save that he might feel shy due to the sanctity of breaking bread, and that his nobility might become a cause for hastening the need." Then he rose with the promissory note, which had his seal upon it, and struck the wall with it until he broke it. Then he spat on the document and rubbed parts of it against others, then tore it and cast it away. Then he said to all who witnessed the gathering, "This is 1,000 dinars that were owed to me by the father of so-and-so. Bear witness all that I have received it from him, and that he is absolved of everything I demand of him." Then he rose. When he did what he did, the debtor turned to his companion and said, "What called you to this speech? Why did you say it to this man at my table, and advance with this speech upon one whom you know not how affairs sit with him? Furthermore, by God, I intended to delay him until I sold the fruit, and we hoped for its sweetness. You have done good to him, and evil to us, and hastened his wealth for him. Go, boy, and strike the market with that fruit, and sell it for what it reaches, that he may take his wealth in full." Then he rode to him, but he refused to take it. When the matter grew great in that, he said, "I deem that which called your companion to what he said is that he is an Arab, and I am a client, Mawla. If you make your intercessors from the clients, I will take this wealth, but if you do not, I will not take it." So the Thaqafi gathered every Shu'bi in Basra until they beseeched him to take the wealth. Abu Sa'id used to forbid his servant to carry the sweepings from the house. He commanded her to gather them apart from the residents and cast them upon their sweepings. From time to time he would sit, and the servant would come with a basket. She would separate a basket of sweepings before him, then search them one by one. If he found pieces of dirhams, or a purse with money, or a dinar or a piece of jewellery, the way of that is known. As for what was found of wool, its direction was to be sold when enough gathered for the saddlers. Likewise, pieces of garments and rags of clothes were for the china menders and lamp makers. What was of pomegranate rinds was for the dyers and tanners. What was of glass bottles was for the glass makers. What was of date pits was for the fodder merchants. What was of peach pits was for the planters. What was of nails and pieces of iron was for the blacksmiths. What was of paper was for the embroidery makers. What was of pages was for the lids of jars. What was of pieces of wood was for the pack-saddle makers. What was of pieces of bone was for fuel. What was of pieces of rags was for new ovens. What was of brick fragments was gathered for building, then moved and stirred and mixed until its debris gathered, then separated for the oven. What was of pieces of tar was sold to the tar maker. When the dust remained pure, and he wished to strike bricks from it for sale or need, he did not burden himself with water, but commanded all in the house not to perform ablution or wash save over it. And when it was dampened, he struck it into bricks. He used to say, "Whosoever does not learn economy as I have learned it, let him not address it." Something went missing from a resident of his, like what is stolen from houses. He said to them, "Cast dust tonight. Perchance he who took it will regret, and cast it into the dust, and will not deny his coming to that place because of the multitude of those who come for that." It happened that the stolen thing was cast into the dust. They used to cast it upon his sweepings, so he saw it before the one from whom it was stolen saw it. So he took from him the fee for the sweepings. This is the hadith of Abu Sa'id. Al-Asma'i. A group walked to Al-Asma'i with a merchant who had bought his fruit because of a loss that had befallen him. They asked him for good consideration and a reduction. Al-Asma'i said, "Have you heard of the unfair division Qur'an 53:22? It is, by God, what you desire your sheikh to do. He bought from me on the condition that the loss be upon me and the profit for him. This, by your father, is the trade of Abu al-Anbas. Go and buy the food of Iraq against me on this condition, though by God I know not if he is truthful or lying. Yet here is one thing, and it is for you without me, and I must needs bear it for you, since you bore it not for me. By God, you walked not with him, save that you affirmed his right and affirmed his gift. Were I to affirm for him the like of what you affirm, I would have sufficed him regarding you. I know him not, nor does he strike me with a right. Come, let us distribute this surplus amongst us equally." This is comely from one who bore a right not incumbent upon him, to the satisfaction of him upon whom it is incumbent. They rose and did not return, so the merchant emerged to him from his right, and despaired of what was with him. Hadith of Jafar, concerning Abu Uyayna Jafar, the nephew of Wasil, related to me, saying, "I said to Abu Uyayna, 'He did well, who asked his wife concerning the meat, and she said, "The cat ate it." So he weighed the cat and said, "This is the meat, so where is the cat?" Duh. He said, "It is as if you insinuate against me." I said, "You are by God worthy of that." a sheikh who has approached 100, and his yield is surplus, and his family is few, and he gives wealth for the discussion of knowledge, and knowledge is his pleasure and his craft. Then he ascends to the hollow of his house. You are a man who has a man in the garden, and a man among the palm shoot sellers, and a man in the market, and a man at the river bank. You seek from this one a load of gypsum, and from this one a load of brick, and from this one a piece of teak, and from this one thus. What is this greed, and what is this toil, and what is this occupation? Were you a young man of distant hope, how would you be? And were you indebted with many children, how would you be? I have seen you recently wearing rags and walking barefoot at midday. He said, How much I conceal. It reached me that you lost a piece of melon, and you persisted in asking about it, and it was said to you, The cat ate it. So you threw the rest of the piece before the cat to test their truth from their falsehood. When he did not eat it, you fined them the price of the melon as it was. They said to you, It was night, if the one who ate it was not one of the neighbour's cats, and it was this cat of ours. Then you threw the piece to him whilst he was satiated with it. Give us respite, and do not fine us until we test him in a state other than this. But you refused, save fining them. He said, Woe unto you! Verily by God, I arrive not at preventing them from corruption, save by some corruption. Ziyad said in his sermon, By God, I arrive not at taking the right from you until I wade through falsehood to you. As for what you blame me for just now, I but followed his saying, If there be in my hand a palm shoot, and it is said to me that the resurrection stands this hour, I would hasten to plant it. Abu Darda said in the illness in which he died, Marry me off, for I hate to meet God single. The Arabs say, He whose brain boils in the summer, his pot boils in the winter. Mukriz said, Incapacity is a soft bed. None finds it comfortable save the failure, the heavy sleeper. Abdullah ibn Wahb said, Love of ease earns toil. Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, said, Beware of comfort, for it is a shackle. And he said, If patience and gratitude were 2 camels, I would not care which of them I rode. And he said, Lead a rough life, and be tough, and cut the stirrups, and ride horses leaping. And he said to Amr ibn Ma'di Karib, when he complained to him of stiffness, The noon heats have given you the lie. And he said, Go barefoot, for you know not when the sprint shall be. And he said, If work is exhaustion, then idleness is corruption. And he said to Sa'id ibn Hatim, Beware of comfort as you beware of sin, and it is the more fearful of the two for you in my view. And he said, I warn you of the consequence of idleness, for it gathers more doors of detested things than work. Aktham ibn Saifi said, I love not to be sufficed every matter of the world. They said, Even if you become fat and drink milk? He said, Yes, I hate the habit of incapacity. Do you see me abandoning the testaments of the prophets and the speech of the caliphs and the discipline of the Arabs, to take your word? Various anecdotes Muhammad ibn al-Ash'ath lunched with Yahya ibn Khalid, and they discussed oil and the excellence between it and ghee, and the excellence between oil of anfaq and oil of water. Muhammad said, I have an oil the like of which people have not seen. Yahya said, Is nothing of it brought? Muhammad called his servant and said, When you enter the storeroom, look at the 4th jar on your right as you enter, and bring us some of it. Yahya said, It pleaseth me not that the master should know the place of his oil and his olives. The baker of Asad ibn Abdullah brought near to him, whilst he was governor of Khorasan, a roast which he had cooked thoroughly. He liked what was moist of the roast, so he said to his baker, "Do you think your deed is hidden from me? You do not exaggerate in cooking it to make it good, but you extract all its fat, that you may benefit thereby." This reached his brother, who said, "Many an ignorance is better than knowledge." There was a man who frequented the food of the jeweller, and he would seek his time and not err. When he entered, and the people were eating, and the table was set, he said, "God curse the Qadariya proponents of free will. Who is able to turn me away from eating this food, when it was in the preserved tablet that I shall eat it?" When he did this frequently, Rhea said to him, "Come in the evening or the morning. If you find anything, then curse the Qadariya, and curse their fathers and their mothers." A servant came to Khalid ibn Safwan with a tray of peaches. Either it was a gift, or his servant came with it from the garden. When he placed it before him, he said, "Were it not that I know you ate of it, I would have fed you one." Ramadan said, "I was with a sheikh of Ahwaz in a riverboat. I was in the tail, and he was in the chest. When the time for lunch came, he brought out from a basket of his a chicken and a single cool chick, and proceeded to eat and speak without offering to me. There was no one in the ship save me and him. He saw me looking at him once, and at what was before him once. He imagined that I desired it, and found him slow. So he said to me, 'Why do you stare? He who has something eats like me, and he who has not looks like you.' He said, then he looked at me whilst I looked at him, and said, 'O you, I am a man of good eating. I eat not save good food, and I fear that your eye is salty. The eye of the like of you is swift, so turn your face from me.' He said, so I leaped upon him, and seized his left beard, then took the chicken with my right hand, and ceased not striking his head with it until it broke apart in my hand. Then he moved to my place, and wiped his face and beard, then turned to me and said, 'I told you that your eye is salty, and that you would afflict me with an evil eye.' I said, 'And what resemblance has this to the evil eye?' He said, 'The evil eye is but a detested thing that occurs, and your eye has brought down upon us the greatest of detested things.' So I laughed a laugh, the like of which I never laughed, and we spoke until it was as if he had said nothing ugly, and as if I had not exceeded bounds against him. These are gathered anecdotes of our companions and our stories and what we have seen with our eyes. As for the stories of al-Asma'i, Abu Ubaidah, and Abu al-Hasan, I found nothing in them suitable for this place save what I have written in this book, and they are some 10-odd stories. They said Al-Mughira ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Aqil al-Thaqafi, whilst he was governor of Kufa, had a young goat placed on his table after the food. No one touched it, as he did not touch it. A Bedouin came upon him one day, and knew not the way of our companions regarding it. So he was not content with eating its meat until he stripped its bone. Al-Mughira said to him, "O you, do you seek vengeance from the bones of this goat? Did its mother butt you?" Al-Asma'i used to say, "He but said, 'O you, do you seek vengeance from the bones of this wretch? Did its mother butt you?'" He said Abdul Rahman ibn Tariq was in charge of his police. He said to a man of the police, "If you advance upon the governor's goat, I will drop from you the duty of a year." This reached him, so he complained of him to al-Hajjaj, who removed him and appointed in his place Ziyad ibn Jarir, who was heavier upon him than Abdul Rahman. He could not remove him as he was before al-Hajjaj. Al-Mughira, when he gave a sermon, would say, "O people of Kufa, whoever seeks calamities for you and strives against you with your emir, may God curse him and curse his one-eyed mother." The mother of Ziyad was one-eyed. The people used to say, "We have never seen an insinuation more pleasant than his insinuation." They said, "Ziyad al-Harithi had a goat which he touched not, and no one touched. He fed a group dinner in the month of Ramadan, among whom was Ashab. Ashab turned to the goat from among them. Ziyad said, 'Is there not for the people of the prison one to lead them in prayer?' They said, 'No.' He said, 'Then let Ashab lead them.' Ashab said, 'Or other than this, may God restore the Emir.' He said, 'And what is it?' He said, 'I swear by the binding oaths that I shall never eat the meat of a goat, ever.' They said, 'Abdul Malik ibn Qais al-Dibi invited a man from the nobles of Basra. Abdul Malik was miserly with food, generous with dirhams. The man brought a companion with him. When Abdul Malik saw him, he was distressed by him. He turned to him and said, 1,000 dirhams is better for you than your remaining with us.' So he bore the cost of 1,000 dirhams, but bore not the eating of a loaf. A Bedouin took a chicken from before Suleiman ibn Abdul Malik. He said to him, 'What is before you and near you suffices you.' The Bedouin said, 'Is there anything of fever in it?' He said, 'Then take it, may you have no blessing in it.' They said, 'Muawiyah liked the brain, or marrow.' Sa'sa ibn Suhan lunched with him one day, and Sa'sa took it from before Muawiyah. Muawiyah said, 'Verily, you are of distant foraging.' Sa'sa said, 'He who is in drought forages far.' They said, 'Hisham ibn Abdul Malik entered an orchard of his, wherein were fruit and trees and produce, and with him were his companions. They began to eat and call for blessings. Hisham said, 'Boy, uproot this and plant an olive tree in its place.' They said, 'Al-Mughira ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Aqil al-Thaqafi was eating dates, he and his companions.' The lamp was extinguished, and they were casting the pits into a basin. He heard the sound of 2 pits, so he said, 'Who is this that plays with dice?' They said, 'Huwaytib ibn Abdul Uzza sold a house to Muawiyah for 45,000 dinars. It was said to him, "You have become of much wealth." He said, "And what is the benefit of 45,000 with 6 dependents?" They said, "A man asked Khalid ibn Safwan, so he gave him a dirham. The beggar deemed it little. He said, 'O fool, verily the dirham is 1/10 of 10, and 10 is 1/10 of 100, and 100 is 1/10 of 1,000, and 1,000 is 1/10 of 10,000. Do you not see how the dirham rises to the blood money of a Muslim?' They said, 'Bilal ibn Abi Burda feared leprosy, whilst he was governor of Basra. They prescribed for him soaking in ghee. Whenever he finished sitting in it, he commanded it be sold. So the people avoided eating ghee in that year. He used to feed the people in the month of Ramadan. They sat in circles, and tables were placed for them. When the muezzin made the call, Bilal rose for prayer, and the others felt shy. When they rose for prayer, the bakers came and removed the food. They said, 'Amr ibn Yazid al-Asadi, one of the famous leaders in the days of the Umayyads, took an enema containing oils. When his belly moved him, he hated to go to the privy lest those oils be lost. So he would sit in the basin and say, "Strain this, for it is suitable for the lamp." They said, and a neighbour of his informed us, saying, "I saw him picking his teeth after food with a single toothpick for a month. Whenever he lunched, he shaved something from its head, then picked with it, then placed it in the inkwell." They said, Dira al-Dara was with Khalid ibn Safwan. They placed before him a chicken, and before him some olives. He began to glance at the chicken. Khalid said, "It is as if you intend it harm." He said, "And who prevents me?" He said, "Then I and you become equal in my wealth." They said Abu al-Ashhab extended his hand to something before Numayla ibn Murra al-Sadi. He said, "If you are singled out with something, do not intercept for another." They said, "And he died owing the flour merchant alone 80,000 dirhams, due to the abundance of his food." They said, "Al-Hakam ibn Ayyub al-Thaqafi was agent for al-Hajjaj over Basra, and he appointed Jarir ibn Bayhas al-Mazini over the marshes, al-Araqa. Jarir was nicknamed al-Atarak. Al-Hakam went out to promenade, being in al-Yamamah, and invited al-Atarak to his lunch. He ate with him and took a pheasant that was before him. So he removed him and appointed in his place Nuwayra al-Mazini. Nuwayra, who was the cousin of al-Atarak, said, "There was in the marshes a prey. Had you been content with it, wherein was wealth for you from the pheasant of al-Hakam, and in young camels you cease not to eat. If the meat of slaughter camels could cure you of craving, and in milk skins filled and covered, wherein is the pure milk that cures the craving." When Nuwayra was appointed in his place, it reached al-Hakam that he was his cousin, so he removed him. Nuwayra said, "O Abu Yusuf, had you known my obedience and my counsel, when you sold me for the shaven one, neither has the thief of the marshes done good by me, nor was I burdened with the sin of al-Atarak." And it went as a proverb. A man took an egg from before an emir of ours who was huge. He said, "Take it, for it is the egg of barrenness, al-Akr." He ceased not to be barred until he died. He came to an estate of his to promenade, and with him were 5 men of his entourage, and they had carried with him food for 500. It weighed heavy on him that they should eat with him, and his hunger intensified. He sat on a furrow of greens, and proceeded to pull up a radish, folding its carrot with its leaves, then eating it without it being washed, out of the rage of hunger, saying to one of them who was nearest of the 5 to him, in sitting, "If these heavy ones would leave, we would eat." They said, Abdul Rahman ibn Abi Bakr ate at the table of Muawiyah, who saw the morsels of Abdul Rahman. When it was evening, and Abu Bakr went to him, he said, "How fares your son, the gobbler?" He said, "The like of him lacks not for an ailment." A Bedouin ate with Abu al-Aswad al-Du'ali, who saw of him a formidable morsel, and what he did frightened him. He said to him, "What is your name?" He said, "Luqman." He said, "Your family spoke truth. You are Luqman Apun on Luqma, meaning morsel." They said he had a shop that held only his seat, and a tray placed before him. He made it elevated, and made no step for it, so that no one could ascend to him. They said a Bedouin used to watch for his time, and come to him on a horse, becoming as if he were with him on the shop. So he took a container and put pebbles in it, and leaned upon it. If he saw the Bedouin approaching, he showed him as if he were shifting his leaning. When the container rattled with pebbles, the horse shied. They said the Bedouin ceased not to draw near, and he to rattle at him, until it shied with him and threw him. He did not return to him after that. From Abu al-As ibn Abdul Wahhab ibn Abdul Majid al-Thaqafi to al-Thaqafi, in the name of God, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace. As for what followeth, verily, your sitting with al-Asma'i, and your wonder at Sal ibn Harun, and your deeming Ismail ibn Ghazwan weighty, and your criticism of Muwayz ibn Imran, and your mixing with Ibn Musharik, and your frequenting of Ibn al-Tuam, and your increasing mention of wealth and its repair and the standing over it and its fabrication, and your verbosity in describing promotion and fruitfulness and goodly preservation and abundance, all this is a proof of a hidden evil and a witness to a defect and a sore after you used to find their mention heavy and consider their deed heinous and marvel at their doctrine and exceed in dispraising them. Verily, none is fond of the mention of gathering, save he who has resolved upon gathering, and none finds company with misers, save he who feels lonely among the generous. In your memorizing the saying of Sahal ibn Harun concerning preparedness in the state of respite, and taking by trust, and that the ugliest negligence is that which comes with length of duration, and that prudence, all prudence, and correctness, all correctness, is to seek support against the vicissitudes of time, and to make what is surplus from the sustenance of bodies a buttress against the turning of days. For we are not attributed to wisdom until we guard the root of grace by making a shield before its surplus. In this is a witness to your marvelling at his doctrine, and a proof of your inclination to his path. And in your deeming beautiful the narration of al-Amrani, that the majority of the people of the fire are women and the poor, and that the majority of the people of paradise are the simple-minded and the rich, and that the possessors of abundance are those who have gone with the rewards. In this is a proof of the soundness of our judgment concerning you, and an evidence of the correctness of our opinion in you. And in your preferring the speech of Ibn Ghazwan, when he said, "You have luxuriated in good food, and fine clothes, and thin drink, and stirring song, and we have luxuriated in the glory of wealth, and the correctness of looking to the consequence, and the abundance of money, and security from evil state, and from the humiliation of desire for men, and incapacity regarding the welfare of dependents. Thus, that is your pleasure, and this is our pleasure. This is our opinion in safety from blame, and that is your opinion in exposure to praise. Verily, only he benefits from praise who is sound and free of mind, and only he rejoices in pleasures who is healthy and of true feeling. As for the poor man, how little is his need for praise, and how great his need for that by which he finds the taste of praise. The food which you preferred returns as excrement, and the drink becomes urine, and the building returns to ruin, and the song is a blowing wind, and a dropper of chivalry, and a foolishness that corrupts, and a wail that travels. So your pleasure is in what poverty has contained for you, and the undoing of chivalry, and our pleasure is in what wealth has contained for us, and the building of chivalry. Thus we are in building, and you are in demolition. We are in fastening, and you are in undoing. We are in seeking lasting glory with the passing of some pleasure, and you are in exposure to lasting humiliation with the passing of all chivalry. We have understood the meaning of your story, and what your narration is fond of. The proof of the undoing of your nature and the retreat of your affair is your deeming beautiful the opposite of what you used to deem beautiful, and your love for what you cease not to loathe. So away with it, and crushed be it, and God removes none save the unjust. The poet was more seeing of you, where he says, "If you hear of destruction for the miser, say, away with him, and crushed be he, a perishing dead one. His inheritance is a paradise for the heirs when he perishes, and his body is for the dust and worms." And another said, "The beauties of his face decay in his grave, and the wealth is divided amongst his enemies. Praise be to God who caused me not to die, until he showed you to me as an agent in your own wealth, and a hireling for your heir. As for you, you have hastened poverty before its time, and become like the one flogged without pleasure. Does the condition of one who spent all his wealth and saw the detested thing in his dependence, and whose poverty appeared, and whose enemy gloated, exceed more than the turning away of comforters from him, and the hatred of his dependents, and the roughness of clothing, and the coarseness of food. All this is gathered in the skin of the miser, and poured upon the head of the stingy, and hastened for the base, and adhering to the forbidding one. Except that the spender has profited in praise, and fortified himself with grace, and did not disable power, and gave every quality of these its due, and provided its share. But the holder is tormented by the restriction of his soul, and by toil for another, with the binding of the argument, and the fall of ambition, and exposure to blame and insult, and with the arbitration of the black bile in his soul, and its dominion over his honour, and its empowerment over his life, and the joy of his heart. Verily, a vein has crept to you, and weakness has entered your roots, and a piercer has worked in them, and a demon has seized them. This doctrine is not of the character of pure Thaqif, nor of the traits in which Quraysh is rooted. Mongrelization has presented itself to you, and hybridity has corrupted you. Muawiyah said, "He who is not generous of the sons of Abdul Muttalib is beautiful, and he who is not brave of the family of al-Zubayr is clinging, and he who is not proud of the sons of al-Mughira is a spurious outsider." Salm ibn Qutaybah said, "If you see a Thaqafi cherishing other than food and earning for other than spending, then label him false, then label him false, then label him false." Asde. Ibn Abi Burda said, "Were it not for the youth of Thaqif and their fools, the people of Basra would have no wealth." Verily, God is generous and hoardeth not, and truthful and lieth not, and faithful and betrayeth not, and forbearing and hasteneth not, and just and wrongeth not. He has commanded us to generosity and forbidden us miserliness. He commanded us to truth and forbidden us lying. He commanded us to forbearance and forbidden us haste. He commanded us to justice and forbidden us oppression. He commanded us to faithfulness and forbidden us treachery. He commanded us not save to what he chose for himself, and rebuked us not save from what he was not content with for himself. They have said collectively, "Verily, God is the most generous of the generous, and the most glorious of the glorious." Just as they said, "The most merciful of the merciful, and the best of creators." They said in disciplining their questioners and teaching their generous ones, "Do not vie in generosity with God, for God, his mention be majestic, is more generous and more glorious." He mentioned himself. Majestic is his glory, and sanctified are his names, saying, "Possessor of infinite bounty." Qur'an 2, 105, 374, and possessor of abundance, there is no deity save him. Qur'an 43, and he said, "Possessor of majesty and honour." Qur'an 55:78. They mentioned the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, saying, "He placed not a dirham upon a dirham, nor a brick upon a brick. He possessed the peninsula of the Arabs, so he collected the alms, and wealth was gathered for him from the cheek of Iraq to the coast of Oman, to the furthest provinces of Yemen. Then he died whilst in debt, and his armour was pawned. He was never asked for a need, and said no. If he was asked, he gave, and if he promised or gave hope, his promise was as sight, and his giving hope as fulfilment. The poets praised him for generosity, and the orators mentioned him for liberality. He would gift to a single man a herd of sheep and a herd of camels. The most a king of the Arabs would gift was 100 camels, so it was said, he gifted a Hunaida. This was said only if the utmost praise was intended. Yet he gifted a man 1,000 camels. When the man saw them crowding in the valley, he said, "I bear witness that you are a prophet, for this is not of what souls are generous with." Hashim boasted over the rest of Quraysh, saying, "We are the most feeding of food and the most striking of skulls." Some scholars mentioned them, saying, "Generous, glorious, possessors of sharp tongues. All nations, their miser and their generous and their mixed, have agreed on dispraising miserliness and praising generosity, just as they agreed on dispraising lying and praising truth. They said, the best of generosity is generosity with effort, until they spoke of the effort of the poor and of him who brought forth effort and gave all, until they attributed to him who was generous with his life a virtue over him who was generous with his wealth. Al-Farazdak said, "Upon an hour had Hatim been among the folk, despite his generosity, Hatim's soul would have been stingy with it." Al-Farazdak would not strike a proverb in this place with Ka'b ibn Ma'mar, whilst he had been generous with his lifeblood at the water-sharing. We have not seen an Arab disparage the forbearance of Hatim for his generosity with all his wealth, nor have we seen any one of them disparage the forbearance of Ka'b for his generosity with his life. Nay, they made that of Ka'b a glory for Iyad, and made that of Hatim a feat for Tai. Then for Adnan over Qahtan, then for the Arabs over the Persians, then for the inhabitants of the peninsula of the Arabs, and the people of that soil over the rest of the islands and soils. Whosoever desires to differ from what God, his mention be majestic, has described himself with, and what he granted of that to his prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, and what he created the Arabs entire and the nations all to prefer, we have nothing for him save deeming him an unbeliever and disregarding him. We have never seen the community hate a generous man, nor hold him in contempt. Nay, they loved him and aggrandized him. Nay, they loved his offspring and aggrandized his tribe for his sake. Nor have we found them hating a generous man for exceeding the limit of generosity to extravagance, nor holding him in contempt. Nay, we found them learning his virtues and studying his beauties, until they attributed to him rare acts of beauty he did not do, and ascribed to him strange acts of nobility he did not reach. Therefore they claimed that praise in the world is multiplied, just as good deeds are multiplied in the hereafter. Yea, until they attributed to him every fleeting praise and every kindness of unknown author. Then we found these very same people, regarding the miser, upon the opposite of this attribute, and contrary to this doctrine. We found them hating him once, and holding him in contempt once, and hating his children by virtue of hating him, and holding his tribe in contempt by virtue of holding him in contempt, and attributing to him rare acts of baseness he did not reach, and strange acts of miserliness he did not do, until they multiplied evil praise against him in measure to what they multiplied of good praise for the generous. Furthermore, we do not find calamities rushing to the wealth of the generous more than to the wealth of the misers, nor have we seen the number of those who became poor among the misers to be less. The miser towards people is not only he who is stingy towards himself, for one who leaves for himself no desire save that he rides it, nor a need save that he fulfills it, nor a lust save that he rides it and reaches its limit therein, may still deserve the name of miserliness and merit blame among them. Verily, the name of miser falls upon him if he is abstinent in all that necessitates gratitude, and raises mention, and stores up reward. The miser may attach to himself provisions, and bind himself to costs, and take of slave girls and servants, and of beasts and retinue, and of wondrous vessels, and of fine raiment and beautiful appearance, that which exceeds the expenditure of the wealthy generous one, and doubles the generosity of the noble giver. So his wealth goes whilst he is dispraised, and his state changes whilst he is blamed. Perhaps love of singing girls overcomes him, and he becomes fond of eunuchs. Perhaps he exceeds in love of hunting, and love of mounts seizes him. Perhaps his destruction is in weddings and feasts and banquets, and his extravagance in circumcisions, and in the akika and the wakira. Perhaps his monies go in losses and deposits. Perhaps he is intensely miserly, yet intensely loving of fame. So his miserliness is filthier, and his baseness uglier. So he spends his monies and destroys his treasuries, yet exits not sufficiently, nor escapes safely. As if you have not seen a deceived miser, and a seduced miser, and a wasteful miser, and a boastful miser. Or a miser whose wealth went in building, or a miser whose wealth went in alchemy, or a miser who spent his wealth in false greed and upon disappointed hope, and in seeking governorships and entering into tax-farming contracts. His tribulation with what he hopes of command is above his tribulation with what he has gathered of gold and silver. We have seen him spend upon his table and his fruit 1,000 dirhams every day, having every day a wedding, and that a stabber should stab at Islam is lighter upon him than that he should stab at the second loaf, and the splitting of the staff of religion is not more severe to him than the splitting of a loaf. He counts not the breach in his honour a breach, but counts it in his broth as the greatest of breaches. Verily, afflictions are swifter to the wealth of misers, and calamities are more ravenous upon them, because they are of least trust in God and worst opinion of him. The generous one is either trusting or better in opinion of God. He is in every case more like the trusting one, and to what resembles him more drawn. However his affair turns, and the state returns with him, he is not of those who rely on their prudence, and resort to their cleverness, and return to the quality of their caution and the intensity of their guarding. The miser's excuse of the vicissitudes of time and bad opinion of the turning of the era is but a metonymy for bad opinion of the Creator of vicissitudes and of him who brings them to pass, and the people of the era. Do events run save upon the decree of their originator, and do times differ save upon the disposal of him who manages them? Are we not, even if we are ignorant of their causes, certain that they run to their ends? The proof that it is not fear of poverty with them, and that gathering and preventing is either a habit of theirs or a nature in them, is that you may find a king who is a miser, whilst his kingdom is wider, his revenue more flowing, and his enemy more still. And you find one more prudent than him, who is generous, though his kingdom is narrower, his revenue less, and his enemy more active. We know that the Zanj are the shortest of people in thought and deliberation, and the most oblivious to knowledge of consequence. Were their generosity but for the dullness of their edge, and the deficiency of their intellects, and the lack of their knowledge, it would behoove that the Persians be more miserly than the Romans, and the Romans more miserly than the Slavs. It would behoove that men in general be more miserly than women in general, and that children be more generous than women, and that the least of misers in intellect be more intelligent than the soundest of the generous in intellect. It would behoove that the dog, which is struck as a parable for baseness, be more knowing of affairs than the rooster, which is struck as a parable for generosity. They said, he is more generous than a rooster, and baser than a dog over a carcass, and baser than a dog over a bone. They said, starve your dog, and he follows you, and yes, a dog in the misery of his people, and fatten your dog, and he eats you, and greedier than a dog over the excrement of a boy, and hungrier than the bitch of Hormal, and he is fouler than a dog. and so is mere stuffing from dog's excrement, and be vile as it is said to the dog, and like the dog in the manger, neither does he feed, nor does he let the beast feed. The poet said, "She travelled what she travelled of her night, then camped upon a man in al-Arj baser than a dog." And God, his mention be majestic, said, "His parable is as the parable of the dog. If you drive him away, he lolleth his tongue out, or if you leave him, he lolleth his tongue out." Qur'an 7:176. It would behoove in this analogy that the people of Merv be the wisest of creation, and the people of Khorasan the most knowing of creation. We do not find the generous fleeing from the name of extravagance to generosity, as we find the miser fleeing from the name of recklessness, and the shy one fleeing from the name of shame. If it were said to a steadfast orator, impudent, he would be distressed. If there were no virtue in generosity, save that all who exceed the limits of the varieties of good hate the name of that excess, save the generous, that would suffice to clarify his worth and manifest his virtue. Wealth is tempting, and the soul is desiring, and monies are forbidden, and for what is forbidden it is greedy, and for souls in rivalry there is a known cause, and because he who has no thought or deliberation is entrusted with aggrandizing the possessor of riches, even if his attainment is not from him. The first said, and it increased her in fondness of love that she was denied. The most beloved thing to man is what is denied. In some books of the Persians, every mighty one under power is humiliated. Mu'adha al-Adawiyah said, "Everything that is overpowered is diminished or despised." Were they gathering for their children, and for them toiling, and for their sake coveting, they would have made for them much of what they ask, and left calling them to account in much of what they desire. This is some of what has made some testators hateful to heirs, and made the successors abstain in desire for the long life of the predecessors. Were they smoothing the way for their children, and for them gathering, eunuchs would not gather wealth, nor monks bury treasures, and the barren would rest from the humiliation of desire, and the sterile from the toil of greed. How so, when we find him, after his son, whom he used as an excuse, and for whose sake he gathered, dies, remaining upon his state, in seeking and greed, and upon the like of what he was upon, of gathering and preventing. The common people have not fallen short in seeking and hoarding, and the misers have not limited anything of their effort, nor exempted themselves after their ability, nor fallen short in anything of greed and restriction, because they are in an abode of transience, and exposed to transfer. Even if they were certain of eternity, they would have neglected those surpluses. So the miser is striving, and the commoner is not falling short. Whosoever does not aid himself in what we have described with a strong nature and intense desire and healing vision is either a commoner or a wretched one. So he establishes their excuse by their children, and their argument by fear of the changing of their times. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to a delegate who lied a lie before him and was generous, "Were it not for a quality God loves you for, I would have made an example of you for the delegates of people." It was said to the prophet, "May God bless him and grant him peace. Have you interest in the eggs of women and the dark-skinned of camels?" He said, "And who are they?" It was said, "Banu Mudli." He said, "Preventing me from that is their hospitality to the guest and their joining of the womb." And he said of them also, "When they slaughter, they pour blood, and when they shout, they raise their voices." He said to the Ansar, "Who is your chief?" They said, Jad ibn Qais, though he is accused among us of miserliness. He said, and what disease is more diseased than miserliness? So he made it a disease, then made it of the most diseased of diseases. He said to the Ansar, By God, I have not known you save that you are many at the fright, and few at the greed. He said, Suffice it for a man in greed that he rides the sea. He said, If the son of Adam had 2 valleys of wealth, he would seek a third, and nothing fills the belly of the son of Adam save dust, and God turns to him who turns. He said, Generosity is from shame, and shame is from faith. He said, Verily, God is generous and loves generosity. He said, Spend, O Bilal, and fear not from the possessor of the throne reduction. He said, Do not tie shut the waterskin, lest it be tied shut against you. He said, Do not count, lest it be counted against you. They said, Nothing benefits you of provision, save what remains. He named not gold and silver, the 2 stones, save that he intended to lower their worth, and the trial of people by them. He said to Qais ibn Asim, You have naught of your wealth, save what you ate and consumed, and what you wore and wore out, or gave and passed on. And what is other than that is for the air. Al-Nimr ibn Tawlab said, She urged to gathering and preventing, and her soul has in the vicissitudes of time a lying claim. And how many a noble one have we seen afflicted, a brother of trust, free of hands, a great giver. I witnessed my death, and I had deemed myself in need until they witness, and you are absent. O blamer, if my owl spirit is in a wasteland far away, and my companion and relative distance themselves, you will see that what I left I was not its lord, and that what I passed on was my portion. And possessor of camels strives and thinks them his, brother of toil in watering them and diligence. They went forth, and a lord other than him went forth driving them, and he was exchanged for stones and the wall of a pit. And he said also, She stood weeping that I bought for some youths a wineskin and a jar with a chopped wood stopper, and I hosted in a place of hosting 4 young camels, and I hosted after the hosting 4 young camels. Do you weep for every easy thing? Foolish is the weeping of the eye as long as it tears not. So when my brothers come to me, leave them to distract themselves in life or play with me. Do not drive them from my bed, for it is inevitable one day that my lying place shall be empty. Why do you not ask about Adia and his house, and the horses and wine which were not denied? Al-Harith ibn Hiliza said, While the youth strives, and striving is for him, there turned upon him from his affair a tugger. He leaves what he repaired of his life. A swarming gnat works corruption in it. Do not strike the teats of the camels with their dust, for you know not who the milker is. The Hudhayli said, Verily the noble are looters of glory. Each of them is a looter. Leave behind and destroy, for everything you have measured to the wind is going. A woman said, You gifted the tall horses, and camels wherein the milker is confused, and sheep like fleeing locusts, goods of days, and all is going. Tamim ibn Muqbil said, So leave behind and destroy. Wealth is but a loan, and all of it is with time, who is its eater. Abu Dar said, You have in your wealth 2 partners, the air and the vicissitudes of time. Al-Hutayya said, Whoever does good is not deprived of its reward. Favour goes not between God and men. It came in the tradition. Verily, the people of kindness in the world are the people of kindness in the hereafter. And in the proverb, Do good even unto a dog. Concerning urging the little in preference to the much, God, his mention be majestic, said, Whosoever does an atom's weight of good shall see it, and whosoever does an atom's weight of evil shall see it. Qur'an 99, 7, 8. Aisha said concerning a grain of grape, "Verily in it are weights of atoms." Therefore they said in the proverb, "He who belittles is denied." Salm ibn Qutayba said, "One of them is ashamed of offering little food, yet commits what is greater than it." And he said, "The effort of the man is more than his surplus." The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, placed the effort of the poor over the surplus of the wealthy, even if the amount of his effort was little, and the amount of the surplus of the wealthy much. They said, "Let not the smallness of a kindness prevent you from it." The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Guard against the fire, even with half a date." And he said, "Do not turn away the beggar even with a burnt hoof." And he said, "Do not turn him away even with the trotter of a sheep." And he said, "Do not belittle the morsel, for it returns like the great mountain," due to the saying of God, his mention be majestic. God blights usury and makes alms grow. Qur'an 2:276. And he said, "Do not turn him away even with a piece of rope." The Arabs said, "Your brother came to you seeking completion, so complete for him." And they said, "The preventer of completion is baser." They said, "The miser, if he asks, is persistent, and if he is asked, he procrastinates." And they said, "If he is asked, he denies, and if he gives, he bears malice." And they said, "He refuses before he hears, and gets angry before he understands." And they said, "The miser, if he is asked, shudders, and if the generous is asked, he quivers with joy." The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Two callers call out every day from the heaven. One of them says, 'O God, hasten for the expender a successor,' and the other says, 'O God, hasten for the holding miser destruction.'" They said, "The worst of the three is the blameworthy one. He prevents his milk and the milk of another." God, his mention be majestic, said, "Those who are niggardly and bid the people to be niggardly." Qur'an 4:37. They said in the proverb, "If time forces one to a miser, the worst is what forced you to the marrow of a hock." The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Speak justice and give the surplus." And he, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "I forbid you disobedience to mothers and the bearing of daughters alive, and preventing and asking." God, mighty and majestic, said, "And they feed the poor, the orphan, and the captive for the love of him." Qur'an 76.8. And he said, "You will not attain to righteousness until you spend of that which you love." Qur'an 3:92. And he said, "And they prefer others above themselves, though poverty become their lot. And whosoever is saved from the greed of his own soul, those are the successful." Qur'an 59:9. They said regarding patience in calamity, and the consequence of patience, "At morning the folk praise the night journey." They said, "Floods, then they clear." Al-Karami said, "And before generosity in every heart is a mountain pass. It has a rugged ascent and an easy descent. And the youth wishes, in every gift he gives, when it is finished, that his gift had been abundant." They said, "The best of people is the best of people to people, and the worst of people is the worst of people to people." They said, "The best of your wealth is what benefited you." They said, "Wonder is for the excess of old age with the youth of desire." The Al-Jahiz said, "All of us hope for extension in the term, yet deaths are the blights of hope." Ubaydullah ibn Akrash said, "A treacherous time and a waiting heir and a sad earner. So trust not the treacherous, and be the heir of the waiting one." He said, "The son of Adam grows old, and two qualities grow young with him, greed and hope." They used to fault him who eats alone. They said, Ibn Omar never ate alone. And they said, Al-Hasan never ate alone. Mujashi al-Rabi heard their saying, the stingy is more excused than the unjust. He said, may God disgrace two matters, the better of which is stinginess. Baḥr ibn Abdullah al-Muzani said, if this mosque were filled with men, and it was said to me, who is the best of them? I would say, the best of them to them. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, shall I not inform you of the worst of you? They said, yea, O Messenger of God. He said, he who stays alone and denies his aid and lashes his slave. A woman said at the funeral of a man, nay, by God, your wealth was not for your belly, nor your command for your wife. The reply of Ibn al-Tawam to Abu al-As al-Thaqafi. When the message reached Ibn al-Tawam, he was loath to answer Abu al-As, due to the rivalry and divergence inherent in such an exchange, and he feared that the matter might escalate into something greater. Thus he wrote this epistle and dispatched it to al-Thaqafi. In the name of God, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace. To proceed, news has reached me regarding Abu al-As's mention of us, his referencing of our names, and his defamation of our character. Nothing prevents us from answering him, save for the fact that, were he to reply to us, our response to his second utterance would not be more deserving of abandonment than our response to his first. For if we were to provide an answer to his opening, and then a rejoinder to his second reply, we would descend into mutual defamation and succumb to a contest of insults. And whoever descends to such a level has accepted obstinacy as his fortune and foolishness as his share. No one guards against the causes of obstinacy except he who knows the causes of tribulation. And he whom God protects from the evil of volatility and its folly, and safeguards from the evil of obstinate resolve and its misery, has indeed had his nature balanced and his thoughts equilibrated. He whose humours are established upon moderation, and whose thoughts are equalized in weight, knows of actions only economy, and finds his deeds always situated between negligence and excess. For that which is weighed gives birth only to that which is weighed, just as the inconsistent gives birth only to the inconsistent. The impulsive man is not deterred by rebuke, and he has no destination other than ruin, while the volatile man has no reliable approach, no fixed direction, no charm to bind him, and no stratagem to manage him. Every fickle person on earth is a knot undone, accessible to every wind of profit. So leave aside the company of the conformist who blindly follows others, for he is a corrupted soul in whom there is no good. And avoid riding with the mobs, for their destination is reached before they have even tasted the journey. There is no good in the fickle man of sudden whims, nor in the stubborn man of blind resolve. Yet the fickle man is worse than the obstinate one, for you cannot know a state he intends, nor a direction upon which he acts. For this reason the intelligent man deceives the intelligent man, but he does not deceive the fool. For the doors of the intelligent man's planning and his stratagems are known, and the paths of his thoughts are trodden, and his doctrines are limited and numbered. But the planning and stratagems of the fool have no single direction. Whoever attempts to predict them lies. The truthful report about a single thing is one, but the false reports about a single thing are numberless, and one cannot pause at a limit regarding them. The obstinate man is killed by a swift blow, but the fickle man is killed by torture. If we speak, it is not him we intend, and if we argue, it is not him we refute. Rather, it is towards you that we direct our speech, and you whom we desire by our counsel. The ancients have said, guard your secret, for your secret is of your blood, and the loss of your soul is equal to the loss of that by which your soul is sustained. Al-Minjab al-Anbari said, whatever wealth repairs is not a great loss, and the loss of the thing by which matters are set right is greater than the matters themselves. For this reason they said regarding camels, if there were nothing in them save that they stem the flow of blood by paying blood money, it would suffice. Thus the thing that is the price of camels and other than camels is more deserving of preservation. They have judged that preserving wealth is harder than gathering it. For this reason the poet said, and your preservation of wealth that you have toiled to gather is harder than the gathering that you seek. Therefore the buyer of land said to the seller, when the seller remarked to him, I have handed it over to you, slow to respond to cultivation, great in its cost of provision, the buyer replied, and I have handed it, the money, over to you, slow to gather, quick to disperse. The dirham is the pivot upon which the millstone of the world turns. Know that liberation from the caprices of the dirham and its escape, and guarding against the intoxication of wealth and its volatility, is severe. If, when it escaped, its guardian were sound of mind and whole of limb, he would return it to its tether and bind it with its rope. But we have found his weakness in controlling it to be equal to its agitation in his hand. Do not be deceived by their saying, silent wealth, for it is more eloquent than any orator and more revealing than any gossip. Do not care for their saying, these two stones, gold and silver, imagining their rigidity and stillness, their lack of travel, and the length of their stay. For their action while they are still, and their unravelling of natures while they are fixed, is greater than the work of lethal poison or the predatory beast. If you're not content with a craft until you lose it, and do not strategize regarding it until you strategize for its sake, then the grave is better for you than poverty, and prison is better for you than humiliation. My speech here is bitter, but yields sweetness forever, while the speech of Abu al-Az is sweet, but yields bitterness forever. So take for yourself the path of trust, and do not be content that the chameleon riding the branch is more prudent than you, for the poet says, how is it that a chameleon of the tandub tree is granted such nature that it does not release a leg until it holds fast with another? Beware of letting a single dirham go forth from your wealth until you see in its place something better than it. And do not look at its abundance, for if one were to take from the sands of Alij without returning anything to it, it would vanish to the very last grain. People have spoken much in mentioning generosity and preferring it, and in mentioning nobility and honouring it, naming wastefulness generosity, and deeming it nobility. How can this be when it is the offspring of weakness and vanity? And how, when giving is not waste until it exceeds the right, and there is no nobility beyond the right, into the realm of the false? If the false were nobility, then the right would be base. Wastefulness, may God protect you, is a sin, and if disobedience to God were nobility, then obedience to him would be baseness. Even if a single name gathers them, and a single judgment encompasses them, despite the opposition of truth to falsehood being like the opposition of truthfulness to lying, loyalty to treachery, tyranny to justice, and knowledge to ignorance, then let a single name gather these qualities, and a single judgment encompass them. We have found that God has faulted wastefulness, faulted zealous rage, and faulted tribal partisanship. We found that he singled out wastefulness for that which he did not single out zealous rage. For a man's love for his kin is not partisanship, nor is his disdain for oppression the rage of the days of ignorance. Rather, partisanship is that which exceeds the truth, and blameworthy rage is that which transgresses moderation. We have found that the name of disdain may occur as praiseworthy or blameworthy, but we have not found the name of partisanship nor the name of wastefulness occurring as anything but blameworthy. He who rejoices in the name of wastefulness is but an ignorant man with no knowledge, or a man who rejoices in it only because no one calls him wasteful until he has, in their eyes, exceeded the limit of generosity. They judge him by the truth, then follow it with the false. If he rejoices for other than this reason, he has shared in the error of the praiser and resembled him in placing a thing in other than its proper place. They have spoken much of nobility. Yet nobility is but like some praiseworthy traits that are not devoid of some blame, and there is nothing that is free of some deficiency and weakness. The ancients claimed that nobility is caused by wealth, and that wealth causes stupidity, and that beyond the simpleton there is only the madman. They related that Khosrau said, "Beware the assault of the noble when he hungers, and the base when he is satiated. It is all the same whether he hungers and thus oppresses, gets angry and acts arbitrarily, or hungers and lies, humbles himself and stoops low. It is the same whether he hungers and wrongs another, or hungers and wrongs himself, and wronging is baseness. If wronging is not baseness, then equity is not nobility. If giving to one who does not deserve giving is nobility, then giving to one for whom it is obligatory is not nobility. For if giving is for God, it is gratitude to him, and gratitude is nobility. How, then, can giving, if it is disobedience, be nobility? And how can one be noble who reaches through your favours to disobey you, and through your blessings to earn your wrath? Nobility is nothing but obedience, and baseness is nothing but disobedience. That which exceeds the truth is not generosity, and that which opposes gratitude is not nobility. If the transgressor of the truth were noble, then he who falls short of it would be noble. If you judge by the saying of the common people are no example. How can one be an example who does not look, nor verify, nor think, nor draw analogies? And if you judge by the sayings of the poets, and what the people of the age of ignorance were upon, then what they considered ugly among things, whose beauty is undoubted, is more frequent than that we should pause upon it, or occupy ourselves with investigating it. Furthermore, nothing is generosity except that which necessitates gratitude, just as nothing is miserliness except that which necessitates blame. A gift will not be a favour to the recipient until the recipient himself is intended by it. And gratitude is not incumbent upon him except with the condition of intent. Anyone whose generosity returns to himself, were it not for its return to him, he would not have been generous to you. And had that meaning been available to him through another, he would not have aimed for you, has merely made you a bridge to attain his need and a vessel to reach his desire. Were it not for some convention of speech, the right would be yours over him, a right necessitating gratitude. Thus, no gratitude is owed to one who is like this, even if you benefited from him, since his action was for himself. For had that benefit been available to him through other than you, he would not have stepped over to you. He is only described as generous in reality, and thanked for the benefit in the argument of reason, who, if he gives to you, gives for your sake, and intends your benefit, without his generosity returning to him with any benefit in any way whatsoever. And he is God, alone, with no partner. If we thank people for some of what has flowed to us through their hands, it is for two matters. One is ritual devotion, for God has made it an act of devotion to honour parents even if they are devils, and to honour those older than us even if we are superior to them. The other is because the soul, as long as it does not analyse matters and distinguish meanings, rushes to love the one through whose hand good has flowed to it, even if he did not desire it nor intend it. We have found that a man's gift to his companion is never devoid of being for God, or for other than God. If it is for God, his reward is upon God. How then, in the argument of reason, is gratitude to him incumbent upon me, when, if he had encountered a wayfarer other than me, he would not have carried me nor given to me? Or his giving to me might be for the sake of fame. If the matter is so, he has merely made me a ladder to his trade and a means to his desire. Or his giving to me may be out of mercy and softness, and for what he finds in his heart of squeezing pain. If he gave for this reason, he has but treated himself for his own illness, and is like one who loosens his own strangulation. And if he gave to me seeking recompense and loving a return, then this matter is known. And if he gave to me out of fear of my hand or my tongue, or to draw my aid and support, then his path is the path of all we have described and detailed. Thus, the name of generosity has two places. One is reality, and the other is metaphor. The reality is what comes from God, and the metaphor is what is derived for him from this name. Whatever is for God is praiseworthy, and is obedience to God. And if the gift is neither from God nor for God, then this name is not permissible regarding what they have named generosity. So what is your thought regarding what they have named wastefulness? Understand what I am presenting to you and describing for you. Profiteering, earning, and seeking sustenance through deception and wicked gains are widespread and dominant, rampant and manifest. Even many of those attributed today to integrity and nobility, and to preservation and caution, take from this a plentiful share and a full measure. So, what is your thought regarding the rabble of the people and their majority? Indeed, what is your thought regarding the poets and orators who learned logic only for the craft of earning? These are a people who wish that the masters of wealth would cross the limit of safety into negligence, so that there would be no guardian for the wealth and no preventer standing before it. So beware of them, and do not look at the attire of one of them, for the pauper is more content than he. And do not look at his mount, for the beggar is more chaste than he. Know that he is in the skin of a wretch, even if he be in fine clothes, and his spirit is the spirit of a scoundrel, even if he be in the body of a king. All of them, though their faces of begging differ and the magnitudes of their demands vary, are wretches, except that one seeks a precious garment, another a rag, another pennies, and another thousands. The direction of this one is the direction of that one, and the food of this one is the food of that one. They only differ in the amounts of what they seek, according to their skill and means. So beware of their spells and the traps they have set for you, and guard your blessing against the calamities they have plotted for it. Act upon the knowledge that their magic steals the mind and snatches the sight. The messenger of God, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, "Verily, in some speech there is magic." And Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz heard a man speak regarding a need, and said, "This, by God, is lawful magic." And the messenger of God, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, "Let there be no deception. Beware of bearing their praise, for he who bears praise to his face is like one who praises himself. Verily, your wealth cannot encompass those who desire it, nor reach the satisfaction of those who seek it. Even if you please them by displeasing their likes, that would be a clear loss. How then, when those who are displeased are multiples of those who are pleased, and the satire of the displeased is more harmful than the loss of the praise of the pleased? Moreover, when they take turns attacking you with their arrowheads and circulate you among their arrows, you will not see anyone among those you pleased amidst their displeasure who defends you or satirizes a poet on your behalf. Rather, he leaves you as a target for their arrows and a shield for their shafts, then says, "What would it have cost him to please them?" Yet how can he please them when the pleasure of all is a thing unattainable? The ancient ones said, "How can the agreement of different people happen for you?" And they said, "Denying everyone is more satisfying to everyone." I warn you of the falling places of the deceived, and I lift you above the lying places of the cheated. You are not like one who has ceased not to endure the difficulty of matters, to swallow the bitterness of life, to bear the weight of toil, and to drink from the cup of humiliation until his skin almost became accustomed to it and his heart settled upon it. The poverty of one like you is a doubled pain, and the panic of one who has not known pain is more severe. He who has always been poor does not know gloaters, nor does the hateful sting of the joy of the envious enter him. He is not blamed for his poverty, nor does he become a lesson for others, nor a tale whose mention remains and which his children announce after his death. Leave me be from the tales of the parasites and the spells of the deceivers, for people have ceased not to guard their wealth from the sights of wastefulness and keep it away from the faces of squandering. Leave me be from what we do not see except in artificial poems, fabricated reports, and forged books. For some of the people of our time have said, "Noble traits have departed except from books." So take hold of what you know, and leave your soul from what you do not know. Have you ever seen anyone who spent his wealth on a people, such that their wealth was the cause of his poverty, and then, when he greeted them after becoming poor, they returned the greeting with anything more than that? Or have you not seen them fluctuate between treating him as a fool and hiding from him, and between those who say, "Why did he not take his need to so-and-so whom he used to prefer, advance, favour, and single out?" Then perhaps some of them might fabricate sins against him to make them an excuse for denying him and a cause for his deprivation. God might, is his mention, said, "The day the shin shall be laid bare, and they are summoned to prostration, but they will not be able, their eyes humbled, humiliation covering them." And they used to be summoned to prostration while they were sound. 68, 42, 43. So I am the one standing over you with admonition, rebuke, command, and prohibition, while you are sound of mind and honour, ample of wealth, good of state. So fear lest I stand tomorrow over your head with censure, shaming, reprimand, and blame, while you are sick of heart, broken of honour, devoid of wealth, in a wretched state. The utmost severity of tribulation is not the stretching of necks and waiting for the fall of swords, for the time is short and the sensation is overwhelmed. But the utmost severity of tribulation is that need appears, the duration lengthens, and the stratagem fails. Then you are not without a rebuking friend, a gloating cousin, an envious neighbour, an ally turned enemy, a wife seeking divorce, a slave girl demanding to be sold, a servant despising you, and a child scolding you. Look then, where is the position of missed praise compared to the position of this tribulation we have recounted to you? Furthermore, praise is a bait, and perhaps you will not taste it, and gratitude is a provision, and perhaps you will be denied it, and what is lost of the charity of people is the greater part. Moreover, preservation of oral tradition has gone with the death of its people. Do you not see that when poetry became stagnant, its people were silenced? And when deficiency entered into everything, poetry took its share of it? And when the state turned to the non-Arabs, and the non-Arabs do not guard lineages nor memorize stations. For he who is in the fertile lands and sufficiency, and is overwhelmed by the intoxication of wealth, his forgetfulness increases and his thoughts diminish. While he who is in need, his ambition stirs and his scrutiny increases. The flaw of wealth is that it bequeaths dullness, and the virtue of poverty is that it incites thought. If you accompany wealth with negligence of the soul, wealth will intoxicate you, and the intoxication of wealth is the desire of the parasites and the training ground of the deceivers. But if you are not content with the fortune of the sleeper and the life of the beasts, and you love to gather along with the completeness of the wealthy soul and the glory of riches and the joy of power, the intellect of the unburdened, the thoughts of the destitute, the knowledge of the fugitive, and the deduction of the seeker, then be economical in spending, prepared for the vicissitudes of time, and guarded against every deceiver. The tricks of the thieves of the day, the tricks of the stealers of the night, the tricks of the highwaymen, the tricks of the alchemists, the tricks of the merchants in the markets and the craftsmen in all industries, the tricks of the people of war, and the tricks of the parasites and profiteers do not reach the level of danger, of wastefulness. Even if you gathered divination, magic, talismans and poison, their tricks among people are more deeply penetrating, wider, and travel faster into the depth of the body, entering the black core of the heart, the mother of the brain, and the centre of the liver. They are more subtle in path and further in aim than the flowing sweat and the hereditary likeness. Even if you adopted high, thick walls and tight, precise locks, and took distinct passages, pavilions and strong doors, and guards taking turns with the heaviest provisions and severest costs, yet you abandon precaution regarding that which is more present in harm and more lasting in evil, wherein there is no cost to you in guarding, nor hardship upon you in protecting against, it would be of no avail. If you open for them upon yourself the like of the eye of a needle, they will make of it a clear road and a spacious path. So judge your door well, then persist in shutting it. Nay, persist in locking it, for that is more befitting of you. Indeed, if you are able to make it solid, with no device to open it, that is more akin to your prudence. If you made the door obscure and the lock solid, they would scale over you from above, and if you raised its roof to the star capella, they would tunnel under you from beneath. Abu al-Darda said, "An excellent hermitage for the believer is his house." Ibn Sirin said, "Isolation is worship." The sweetness of their speech invites one to increase in their company, and invites one to present the oddities of their desires. Of this is the saying of one of them to some of his companions. He ate a lamb and drank a large vessel, then belched a single belch, that, were a millstone placed upon it, it would have ground it. And of this is the saying of the other, when he entered upon a people who were drinking, and with them were singing girls, and they said, "Propose whatever song you wish." He said, "I propose the sizzling of a frying pan." And of this is the saying of the Madinan, "Whoever takes for breakfast 7 bananas and a cup of milk from the arak-fed camels will belch the incense of the Kaaba." And of this is their saying to one of them, when before them was kabiz, a sweet dish. "Which is better, this or faludaj or lauzinaj?" He said, "I do not pass judgment on the absent." And of this is the saying of Abu al-Harith Jumayn to one of the kings, "May I be made your ransom? What is in that basket?" He said, "Your mother's clitoris." He said, then let me bite it. And of this is the speech of al-Jarud ibn Abi Sabra to Bilal ibn Abi Burda, when he said to him, "Describe Abd al-Ala and his food." He said, "The baker comes to him and stands before him, saying, 'What do you have?' He says, 'I have such and such young goat, such and such female kid, such and such duck,' until he has listed all that he has. He said, 'And what calls him to this?' He said, 'So that every person may limit himself in eating, until, when that which he craves is brought, he attains his need of it.' He said, 'Then what?' He said, 'Then the table is brought, and they expand and crowd, and they strive and make excuses, until when they slacken, he creates a hollow like the hollow of the male ostrich, and eats the eating of the hungry man struck by cold.' Another said, 'I desire a dark broth of pepper, and a spotted dish of chickpeas, with 2 edges of meat, having 2 wings of bones. I would strike into it the strike of the orphan at the hands of an evil guardian.' One of them was asked about the fortunes of lands regarding food, and what was apportioned to every people of it. So he said, 'The Romans went away with the stuffing and the soup, and the Persians went away with the cold and the sweet.' And Umar said, 'To the Persians belong the heavy broths and the sour foods.' And Dawsar the Madinan said, 'Ours are the mashed dishes and the fried ones.' And to the people of the Bedouins belong the colostrum, the clarified butter, the locusts, the truffles, the bread in curdled milk, and dates with butter. The poet said, 'Oh, would that I had bread robed in curdled milk, and horses of bunny dates whose nights are butter, and they have the barika, the khulasa, the haze, and the watiyah.' A Bedouin said, 'We were brought wheat like the mouths of the Nugran birds, so we baked from it a bread of oil in the fire. The coals rolled away from it like the rolling of stuffing from the bellies. Then he crumbled it, and the crumbs roamed in the grease like the roaming of hyenas in the sand. Then he brought us dates like the necks of monitor lizards, in which the molar sinks.' Gruel, sawik, was faulted in the presence of a Bedouin, so he said, 'Do not fault it, for it is of the gear of the traveller, the food of the hasty, the nourishment of the early riser, the sustenance of the sick, and the joy of the sad heart. It restores the breath of the constrained, is good for fattening, and praised in medicine. Its dry powder clears phlegm, and its mixed form purifies the blood. If you wish, it is a broth. If you wish, it is a sweet. If you wish, it is food. And if you wish, it is a drink.' It was said to one of these gluttons, parasites, hangers-on, and paupers, and he was seen to be fat. 'What made you fat?' He said, 'My eating the hot, my drinking the cold, leaning on my left side, and eating from other than my own wealth.' The poet said, 'Verily, the filling of the belly from the reckoning of wealth is of little avail, but in the body it is sound.' And it was said to another, 'What made you fat?' He said, 'Little thought, long ease, and sleeping upon a full stomach.' Al-Hajjaj said to al-Ghadban ibn al-Qabathari, 'What made you fat?' He said, 'Chains and grazing freely, and whoever is in the hospitality of the emir becomes fat.' It was said to another, 'You are of good complexion.' He said, 'I eat the pith of wheat and small goats, I oil myself with violet ointment, and I wear linen.' By God, if he who asks were to give, the nobility of the gift would not stand against the baseness of the begging. The pivot of correctness is upon wholesome earning and economy in spending. Some of the Arabs said, 'O God, I seek refuge in you from some provision,' when he saw a small bag of his wealth from his mother's dowry. And what beggar was more insistent than Al-Hutayah or the mother? And who is the mother of Jarir ibn al-Khatafi, and more miserly? And who is more withholding than Kuthayir, and scarcer than Ibn Harma? And who could cut the dust of Ibn Abi Hafsa? And who could warm himself at the fire of Abu al-Atahiyah? And who was like Abu Nuwas in his miserliness? Or like Abu Yaqub al-Khuraymi in the sharpness of his gaze and the abundance of his earning? And who slaughtered more camels not created by God than Ibn Harma, or stabbed with a lance that never grew, or fed with food never sown, than al-Khuraymi? So where are you regarding Ibn Yasir, and where do you go regarding Ibn Abi Karima? And you did not fall short in mentioning al-Rakashi, and who has not mentioned his evil? The Bedouin is worse than the city-dweller, a tyrannical beggar, a leaping flatterer. If he praises, he lies. If he satirizes, he lies. If he despairs, he lies. And if he covets, he lies. None approaches him save a foolish simpleton, and none gives to him save one who loves him, and none loves him save one who is of his nature. How slow you are to give in the truth, and how swift you are to give in the false. If you prefer the poets and return to their sayings, then the poet has said, "Little wealth, you mend it, and it remains, but much wealth does not remain with corruption." And al-Shammakh ibn Dirar said, "For a man's wealth, he mends it, and it suffices. Its poverty is more chaste than begging." And Uhiha said, "Be wealthy or die, and let no relative deceive you, neither the son of an uncle, nor a maternal uncle. Verily, I devote myself to al-Zara, his farm, to cultivate it. Verily, the noble one among the people is the possessor of wealth." And he said also, "Be independent of every kin and every relation. Verily, the rich one is he who is independent of people. And wear for your enemy, in gentleness and ease, the clothing of a man of guile. For time is a wearer of clothes. And let not hidden grudges deceive you, for the bleeding back may be struck with saddle blankets." And Sal ibn Harun said, "If a man narrows his hand against me, my character does not narrow against seeing myself rich without him through despair. So he will not see me if he does not regard my bond, seeking milk from him by gentle coaxing. I do not seek wealth that I may become rich by its surplus. My seeking of it was but poverty regarding people need to avoid begging." And Abu al-Atahiyah said, "You are, as long as you are independent of your companion, the brother of time, master of your fate, his brother. But if you need him for an hour, his mouth casts you out." And Uhiha ibn al-Hallaj said, "If I wished, my mind would be at ease, and a morning drink or cooked meat would come to me early, and dark-lipped women would play with me on the carpets, upon whose teeth is ginger. But I was created a seeker of wealth, so I am miserly after that, or I give." And another said, "O Abu Musli, set things right, and be not a corrupter. For the setting right of wealth is better than poverty. Do you not see that a man increases in might over his people if they know that he is wealthy?" And Urwa ibn al-Ward said, "Leave me to strive for wealth, for I have seen that the people, their evil one, is the poor man, their furthest and lightest upon them in esteem, even if he possesses lineage and goodness. The assembly excludes him, and his wife scorns him, and the small child rebukes him. While you meet the possessor of wealth having majesty, the heart of his companion almost takes flight. Little is his sin, while the sin of the poor is abundant. But wealth is a forgiving Lord." And Sa'id ibn Zayd ibn Amr ibn Nufail said, "Those 2 wives of mine speak deliberately to me today, a speech of falsehood and nonsense. They asked me for divorce when they saw my wealth was little. You have brought a terrible thing. Perhaps my wealth will increase with me, and my back will be stripped of debts, and slaves and ounces of silver will be seen as ours, and servants from among 10 handmaidens, and you will drag your trails in a blessing that will cease, saying, Lay down your staff for an age. Woe, as if he who has property is loved, and he who is poor lives a life of harm. And the secret of the private counsellor is avoided, but the brother of wealth is present at every affair. And the other said, And for wealth there is a side of me I do not waste, and for amusement and idleness from me there is a side. And al-Akhnas ibn Shihab said, And I have lived an age with the deviants as my companions. Those are my brothers whom I accompany. So I have paid on my behalf what I borrowed from youth, and for wealth today I am a guardian and an earner. And Ibn al-Shiba al-Thaqafi said, I obeyed the soul in desires until they returned me a hired servant to a slave. Whenever I came to her, having sold a date palm branch, she would embrace or kiss, or say, May I be your ransom. So whoever finds wealth, let him manufacture it as his treasure, and let him strive every striving. And he said, He who gathers wealth and does not mend it, and leaves the fertile year for the year of its drought, will be despised by people with the disdain of his dog. And it has been said in the proverb, Toil comes before abundance. And Lakit said, Raiding yields more milk for the camels and is sharper for the weapons. And Ibn al-Mu'afir said, Verily, procrastination married incapacity to its daughter, and drove to her, when it married her, a dowry, a soft bed. Then he said to her, Recline, so fall short as you must inevitably give birth to poverty. And Uthman ibn Abi al-Az said, An hour for your world, and an hour for your hereafter. And the messenger of God, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, He has forbidden you from it was said, and he said, gossip, and excessive questioning, and the squandering of wealth. And he said, The best charity is from wealth, and the upper hand is better than the lower hand, and begin with those you support. And the Prophet, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, A third and a third is much. That you leave your heirs rich is better than that they should beg from people. And Ibn Abbas said, I wish that people would reduce from the third a little, because of the saying of the Prophet, peace be upon him, a third and a third is much. And the Prophet, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, It is sufficient sin for a man that he neglects those he feeds. Yet you see that glory and nobility lie in my impoverishing myself to enrich another, and that I should guard the families of others by neglecting my own family. And Ibn Harma said regarding that, Like the bird leaving her eggs in the open, and clothing the eggs of another with a wing. And another said, Like one who corrupts his nearest, and sets right another, and did not consult in that a command of rectitude. And the other said, Like the wet nurse of the children of another, while she neglected her own sons, and did not patch by that a patch did not fix anything. And God, blessed and exalted is he, said, And do not squander with squandering. Indeed, the squanderers were brothers of the devils. 17, 26, 27, and he said, And they ask you what they should spend. Say, the surplus. 2.219. So he permitted the surplus, but did not permit the exhaustion of capital, and he permitted the excess, but did not permit the principal. Ka'b ibn Malik intended to give his wealth in charity. So the Prophet, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said to him, Hold on to your wealth. So the Prophet, may God send peace and blessings upon him, prevents him from bringing out his wealth in charity, yet you order him to bring it out in wastefulness and squandering. And Galen ibn Salama went forth from all his wealth, So Umar compelled him to return to it, and said, "If you had died, I would have stoned your grave as the grave of Abu Rigl is stoned." And God, mighty and glorious, said, "Let a man of wealth spend from his wealth, and he whose provision is restricted, let him spend from what God has given him." 65.7. And the Prophet, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, "Whatever gets you to the destination is sufficient for you." And he said, "What is little and sufficient is better than what is much and distracts." And God, blessed and exalted, said, "And those who, when they spend, do not squander, nor are they miserly, but are between that, standing just." 25:67. And the Prophet, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, "Verily, the one who drives his mount too hard covers no land, and keeps no back transport." And God, his mention is majestic, said, "And do not make your hand as chain to your neck, or extend it completely, so that you sit blamed and regretful." 17:29. For this reason they said, "The best of your wealth is what benefits you, and the best of matters are the middle ones, and the secret of travel is moderation, and the good deed is between two bad deeds." And they said, "The religion of God is between the negligent and the excessive." And they said in the proverb, "Between the two the archer shoots." And they said, "Hold to correctness and economy, no loss and no excess." And they said, "Between the fleshy and the lean." And they said, "Do not be sweet, lest you be swallowed, nor bitter, lest you be spat out." And they said in the proverb, "Quenching thirst is not by drinking all the water." And they said, "O tear of the knot, remember the untying." And they said, "Sipping is more quenching for the thirsty." And they said, "The little that is constant is greater than the much that is cut off." And Abu al-Darda said, "I rest my soul with some falsehood amusement out of dislike that I should burden it with the truth in a way that bores it." And the poet said, "And I am sweet, yet bitterness befalls me, and I am hard-headed, but not stubborn." And they said, in excusing the one who sets things right, and blaming the economizer, "The stingy man is more excused than the oppressor." And they said, "It is not justice to be swift in censure." And they said, "Perhaps he has an excuse while you blame." And they said, "Many a blamer is worthy of blame." And Al-Ahnaf said, "Many a blame one has no sin." And he said, "Giving to the beggar is training him to beg, and giving to the insistent one is participation in his sin." And the Prophet, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, "Begging is not correct except in 3 cases: alleviating poverty, a crushing debt, or painful blood money." And the poet said, "The free man is blamed, and the stick is for the slave, and there is nothing for the insistent beggar but refusal." And they said, "If the begging is serious, the refusal is serious." And they said, "Beware of giving to the deceived, and bestowing upon the cheated, for the cheated is neither praised nor rewarded." For this reason they said, "Do not be the closer of the 2 wild asses to the arrow." He says, "If you give the beggars your wealth, your killing points become more exposed to your enemies than their killing points." And they said, "Fleeing with the scabbard is shrewder." And Abu al-Aswad said, "It is not of glory that you expose yourself to humiliation, nor of nobility that you invite baseness. And whoever brings his wealth out of his hand becomes poor, and whoever becomes poor must inevitably humble himself, and humbling is baseness. If generosity is the brother of nobility, then disdain for begging is worthier of nobility." The first one said, "O God, do not stir up for me an evil water, that I may become an evil man." And the poet said, "And step with time when it steps, and run with time as it runs. And the other said, "Oh, would that I had 2 sandals of hyena skin! Every shoemaker crafts the sole for the barefoot." And the saying of the speaker was truthful. Whoever needs is forgiven, and whoever demands repayment is tolerated. And it was said to Deimos, "Do you eat in the market?" He said, "If Deimos hungers in the market, he eats in the market." And he said, "Whoever encounters drought seeks pasture, and whoever hungers humbles himself." And he said, "Beware the fleeing of blessings, for they are skittish, and not every runaway is returned, nor every stray restored." And Ali ibn Abi Talib said, "Rarely does a thing turn its back and then turn its face forward." And they said, "Many a single meal prevents many meals, and many a haste grants delay." And they faulted him who said, "A meal and a death." And they said, "Do not seek a trace after the substance is gone." And they said, "Do not be like one whose soul overcomes him regarding what he supposes, and he does not overcome it regarding what he is certain of. So look how you send forth the dirham, and why you send it forth." And they said, "Worse than the calamity is the bad replacement." And the poet said, "If that by which I was struck is great, then the departure of consolation regarding it is greater. And that you should become poor by a descending calamity is better for you than that you should become poor by an acquired crime. And whoever is the cause of the departure of his own wealth, he will not lack regret from himself and blame from others, and little mercy and much gloating, along with the destructive sin and humiliation before the companion." Umar ibn al-Khattab mentioned the youths of Quraysh and their wastefulness in spending and their racing in squandering. So he said, "The poverty of one of them is harder on me than his dependency." He says, "Enriching the poor is easier for me than reforming the corrupt." Do not be more ominous to yourself than Khuta'a, nor more ominous to your family than al-Basus, nor more ominous to your people than the perfume of Manshim. And whoever gives desires authority over his wealth, and makes passion the judge over his possessions, remains regretful. So let him blame no one but himself. And blessed are you on the day you are able to put forth a foot by which you benefit. Some of the poets said, "I see every people protecting their sanctuary, but the companions of wine have no sanctuary. Their brother is only as long as the cup circulates among them, and all of them are shabby in connection, easily bored. This is my clarification. I did not speak out of ignorance, but I am knowledgeable regarding the licentious." This meaning was more present in the companions of wine in the past, but as for today, people have become equal. Al-Adbat ibn Qari said, when he moved among the tribes and they were bad neighbours to him, after he had been harmed by Banu Sa'd, "In every valley there are Banu Sa'd. Take my saying and leave the saying of Abu al-As, and take the saying of him who said, 'Live and do not be deceived,' and the saying of him who said, 'Do not seek a trace after the substance,' and the saying of him who said, 'Fill your jar from the first rain,' and leave that which makes you doubt for that which does not make you doubt. Your brother is he who told you the truth and came to you from the direction of your intellect and did not come to you from the direction of your desire. And your brother is he who bore the weight of your advice for your fortune, and you were not safe from his blaming you for your tomorrow." And the other said, "Verily, your true brother is he who does not deceive you, and he who harms himself to benefit you." And Ubayd ibn al-Abras said, "And know a certain knowledge that there is no hope for you from one who is not with you. You will not cease to be well as long as you have a preacher from your own soul, and an eye from your intellect upon your nature, or as long as you have a sincere brother and a compassionate minister. And the righteous wife is a truthful aid. And the happy one is he who is admonished by the example of another. But if you're not provided with a single one of these qualities, then there must be a painful calamity whose trace remains and whose mention looms over you. For this reason, they said, the best of your wealth is what benefits you. And for this reason, they said, that part of your wealth is not gone which admonished you. Verily, wealth is coveted, and sought in the depths of the seas, and on the peaks of mountains, and in the thickets of forests. It is sought in ruggedness, just as it is sought in ease. The bellies of valleys, and the backs of roads, and the easts of the earth and its wests are equal in it. It is sought with honour, and sought with humiliation, sought with loyalty, and sought with treachery, sought with piety, just as it is sought with violence, sought with truth, and sought with lies, sought with obscenity, and sought with flattery. No trick or spell was left regarding it, until it was sought by disbelief in God, just as it was sought by faith, and sought by foolishness, just as it was sought by merit. They have set traps in every place, and set snares on every high ground. He who does not fall short of victory has sought you, and he who does not sleep without satisfaction has envied you. The seeker of revenge may rest, and the one sought for his life may rest, but the greedy one does not rest. It is said that there is no town on earth, central or remote, nor any end of the ends, but that you will find there the Madinan, the Basran, and the Hiran. You may see the hatred of the poor for the rich, the rushing of desire towards kings, the hatred of the walker for the rider, and the generality of envy among those of different stations. If you do not employ caution, and take your share of diplomacy, and learn prudence, and sit with the people of economy, and know the times and your time specifically, and exemplify to yourself the changes of fortune until you imagine yourself poor and lost, and until you suspect your left hand regarding your right, and your hearing regarding your sight, such that no one is more suspected by you than your own trust, nor more deserving of taking caution against than your trustee. You will be snatched away with a snatching, and robbed with a robbery, and they will melt your wealth and chip away at it, and afflict it with consumption and not treat it. They have said, money teaches its master, even if he be a fool, so do not be less than that fool. And they said, a skilful woman is never without a flock of wool, so do not be less than that woman. The first one said regarding neglected wealth over which the desires of the family are given authority, it has no shepherd, but only a milking. And your wealth is not the wealth exempted from the taxes, of which it is said, pasture and no eater, and grass and no camel. Your utmost limit with reform is that it should stand for the filling of your belly and your necessities and what befalls you. And it is not said of wealth that implies little grazing and much milking. So be shrewd in your affair, and advance in preserving your wealth, for he who preserves his wealth has preserved the two noble things. The two noble things are religion and honour. And it has been said, for shooting the arrow is feathered, and at the butting the horned one overcomes. And if the Arabs saw a parasite encountering a naive man, they said, its weaving is not upon you, so crush and tear. And the messenger of God, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, people are all equal like the teeth of a comb, and a man is many by his brother. There is no good for you in the company of one who does not see for you the like of what he sees for himself. So know the affair of your companions and the meaning of your sitters. If they are of this description, employ prudence, and if they are contrary to that, act according to that. I do not command you except with what the Qur'an commanded you, and I do not advise you except with what the Messenger advised you, nor do I admonish you except with what the righteous admonished one another. The Messenger of God, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said, "Tie at the camel and rely on God." And Mutarrif ibn al-Shikhir said, "Whoever sleeps under a tilting wall while intending reliance on God, let him cast himself from a high place while intending reliance." So where is the caution that God commanded, and where is the recklessness that he forbade? Whoever hopes for safety without taking safety has placed hope in the place of wishful thinking. God only fulfills hope if it is in accordance with what God commanded, and he only realizes of expectation that for which he is the cause. Umar fled from the plague, so Abu Ubaidah said to him, "Do you flee from the decree of God?" He said, "Yes, to the decree of God." And it was said to him, "Does caution avail against the decree?" He said, if caution did not avail, the command for it would be nonsense. Thus exhausting the excuse is reliance tawakkul. And the Messenger of God, may God send peace and blessings upon him, said to a man who said in a dispute, "God is sufficient for me." Exhaust the excuse, then if the matter overcomes you, say, "God is sufficient for me." And he said to a poet, "And whoever is like me, possessing a family and restricted in wealth, throws himself into every place, to exhaust an excuse or to reach a need, and the reaching of a soul to its excuse is like success." And the other said, "So if the judge judges unjustly, then after matters efforts I do not blame my soul for it." And Zuhair al-Babi said, "If reliance were that whenever I brought out my wealth I became certain of replacement, and I made the replacement wealth that returns to my purse, and whenever I did not guard it I became certain that it is guarded, then I call you to witness that I have never relied on God." Reliance is only that you know that when you adhere to the discipline of God, you are turning about in the best choice, rewarded for that either sooner or later. Then he said, "Why did Abu Bakr trade? And why did Umar trade? And why did Uthman trade? And why did al-Zubair trade? And why did Abd al-Rahman trade? And why were people taught to trade, and how they buy and sell? And why did Umar say, 'If you buy a camel, make it large, for if the report of its quality does not sell it, its appearance will'? And why did Umar say, 'Separate the death's risks, and make the head 2 heads'? And why did Uthman say, when asked about the abundance of his profits, 'I never refused a profit'? And why was it said, 'Do not buy a defect, nor a grey hair'? And did Ali ibn Abi Talib restrain his nephew Abdullah ibn Ja'far from anything except bringing out wealth in other than its right, and giving it according to his whim? And was that for anything but seeking fame and soliciting thanks? And did anyone say that his spending was on wines and gambling, and on foolishness and immorality? Was it on anything but what you call generosity and count as nobility? Whoever sees that the noble should be restrained for their generosity, sees that the forbearing should be restrained for their forbearance. So which Imam after Abu Bakr do you want? And which predecessor after Ali do you follow? And how can we hope for loyalty, the upholding of right, and patience in calamity from a gluttonous parasite, a deceptive flatterer, a man voracious for food, greedy, who does not care by what thing he took the dirham, nor from which direction he attained the dinar, nor cares for the favour, nor minds being for ever voracious and resented? He does not care if he eats how that food was, nor what was its cause, nor what is its judgment. If your wealth is little, it is the sustenance of your family. And if it is much, then make the surplus a preparation for your calamities. None feels safe from the days except the deluded, and none is deceived by safety except the heedless. So beware the knockers of tribulation and the tricks of men of cunning. Your own ghee in your own skin and your own lean meat is better than the fat of another, if you could find it. So how, when between you and it are sharp weapons and strong doors? A woman said to a certain Arab, "If you marry me, I will suffice you." So he began to say, "If I have nothing but your wealth, poverty will touch me, and praise and reward will depart from me. And what is the good of wealth that does not benefit its people? And the elder of the tribe has no command in his own affair." And al-Malut al-Qurai'i said, "O Abu Hani, do not ask people, and seek with your two palms the covering of God, for God is encompassing. If you were to ask people for dust, they would be on the verge, if you said, 'Give,' of becoming bored and refusing." Return to the anecdotes of the misers. Then the conversation returned to the tales of the misers and to the novelties of their meanings and their speech. The story of Ibn Hassan said, "We had a man of little means, and he had a wealthy brother who was excessively miserly and severely boastful. His brother said to him one day, 'Woe to you! I am poor and burdened with a family, and you are rich and light of back. You do not aid me against the times, nor console me with some of your wealth, nor relieve me of anything. By God, I have never seen nor heard of anyone more miserly than you.' He said, 'Woe to you! The matter is not as you suppose, nor is wealth as you reckon, nor am I, as you say, regarding miserliness or ease. By God, if I owned 1,000,000 dirhams, I would have gifted you 500,000 dirhams from it. O people, is a man who would gift 500,000 in a single stroke to be called a miser? The master of the Tharida. As for the master of the variegated Tharida, my wonder at the variegation of his dish and all that appeared regarding his brethren is not as great as my wonder at one single thing. How he controlled it, contained it, and mastered it, despite the abundance of his narratives and the diversity of his ways. For indeed, in the frequency of my sitting with him, and in the abundance of the tales he would elaborate upon, I never saw him report that a man gave another man a single dirham. He would expound upon prudence and determination, upon forbearance and knowledge, and upon all meanings, save for the mention of generosity. For I never heard this noun from him, ever. This chapter departed from his tongue, just as it had departed from his heart. The narrative of Tahir al-Asir. What I have said regarding him is confirmed by what Tahir al-Asir recounted to me, for he said, "Among the indications that the Romans are the most parsimonious of nations is that you do not find generosity as a noun in their language. He says people only name that which they need to use, and with dispensing of the act, the artifice falls away. Some people have claimed that an indication of the deception of the Persians is that there is not in their language a single name for sincerity, nasiha, that gathers all the meanings to which this noun applies. The saying of a speaker, nasiha, does not imply merely the soundness of the heart, for it may be that a man is sound of breast, yet no cause has occurred for which he intends to counsel you with that which is most profitable for you, according to his view of you and directed towards your benefit. In their language there is a name for safety, and a name for the willing of good, and for excellent counsel, and for urging you by opinion toward what is right. Thus, for sincerity, they have various names which, if gathered together, indicate what the single noun indicates in the language of the Arabs. So, whoever judges them to be deceptive from this perspective has indeed committed an injustice. The narrative of Ibrahim bin Abdul Aziz. Ibrahim bin Abdul Aziz recounted to me, saying, I lunched with Rashid al-Awar, and they brought us a vessel containing salty fish of the type called duraj. I began to take one, cut off its head, and set it aside. Then I would split it in two from the belly, take the spine and the ribs, set them aside, and discard what was in its belly, and the tip of the tail, and the fin. Then I would gather it into a single morsel and eat it. Rashid, however, would take the fish and cut it into two pieces, placing each piece into a morsel, discarding neither head nor tail. He bore with me for several morsels, but when I reached the limit of his endurance, he said, O my son, when you eat of sustenance, consume its good along with its bad. The zanj, the Isfahani, and the dates. He said, and he used to say, I have never benefited from eating dates except with the zanj and the people of Isfahan. As for the zanj, he does not select, whereas I select, and as for the Isfahani, he grabs a handful and does not eat from other than it, and he does not look at what is before him until he has finished the handful. This is a simple loosening, saddle, while selection is a suspicion and an injustice. And undoubtedly that which remains of the dates provides no benefit to the dependents if it has been before one who selects. He used to say, It is not of good manners that your hand should roam in the dish. Rather, it is but a date and what it touches. The narrative of Sari bin Mukarram. Sari bin Mukarram, who is the son of the brother of Musa bin Jana, claimed, Musa would command us not to eat as long as one of us was busy drinking water or seeking it. When he saw that we did not obey him, he called one night for water. Then he traced a line with his finger in the rice that was before us, and said, This is my share. Do not approach it until I benefit from drinking the water. His narratives are in the beginning of the book, and this is one of them. Al-Makki said to some of those who used to dine and break their fast at the home of al-Bashani, Woe unto you! How do you swallow his food while you hear him say, We feed you only for the countenance of God. We desire from you no reward nor gratitude. 76.9. Then you see that he does not recite it except when you are at supper, and he recites no other verse but this. You are, by God, the opposite of him who said, The milk of camels belonging to Ibn Musawir is forbidden to me as long as he possesses them. And the food of Imran bin Awfa is the same, so long as food travels into bellies. Verily, those in whose throats passes easily provisions granted reproachfully are indeed base. He said, So when you wonder at 50 men of the Arabs, among them Abu Rafi al-Kilabi, who is a convivial poet, breaking their fast at the house of Abū Uthmān al-Awar. For my breaking fast upon the food of a Christian is less severe than my breaking fast upon the food of a Muslim who recites the Qur'an and speaks the truth about his stinginess. The narrative of Abu al-Manjuf al-Sadusi. Abu al-Manjuf al-Sadusi recounted to me, saying, I was with my father, and with us was an elder from the clients of the tribe. We passed by the canal of al-Ubula, and we were weary, so we sat beside it. It was not long before the watchman brought us a tray upon which were sugar dates and black jays, Aran dates, and he placed it before us. The elder who was with us ate, but when I saw that my father did not eat, I did not eat, though I had a need to do so. The watchman turned to my father and said, Why do you not eat? He said, By God, I indeed desire it, but I do not think the owner of the land permitted you to feed people from among strangers. Had you brought us something of the sihriz and birni dates, we would have eaten. Our client, who was an elder advanced in years, said, "But as for me, I have never looked into a thing of this sort ever." Ismail bin Ghazwan al-Makki said, "Ismail bin Ghazwan entered one of the mosques to pray and found the row complete. He could not bear to stand alone, so he pulled the garment of a sheikh in the row so that he might move back and stand with him. When the sheikh moved back and Ismail saw the gap, he advanced and stood in the place of the sheikh, leaving the sheikh standing behind him, looking at the back of his neck and invoking God against him." Thumama and Qasim al-Tamar Thumama used to feel shy that anyone with whom he was not familiar should sit at his table, and it was his opinion that some of his servants should eat with him. Qasim al-Tamar one day detained some people of whom Thumama felt shy for his lunch. Thumama bore this within himself. Then Qasim returned to the like of it thereafter, doing so repeatedly until Thumama cried out and his patience was exhausted. He turned to him and said, "What invites you to this? If I wanted them, my tongue is fluent, and my messenger conveys on my behalf. Why do you detain for my food those with whom I am not familiar?" He said, "I only wish to make you generous, to negate from you the attribution of miserliness and ill opinion." When it happened after that, one of them wished to leave. Qasim said to him, "Where do you wish to go?" He said, "My bowels have moved, and I desire my home." He said, "Why do you not perform your ablution here? For the privy is empty and clean, and the servant is free and energetic, and there is no shyness with Abū Uthmān. His home is the home of his brethren." So the man entered to relieve himself. When days had passed, he detained another. Then, after that, he detained another. Thumama became enraged, reaching a degree of rage the like of which he had never experienced. Then he said, "This one detains them for my lunch to make me generous. Why does he detain them to defecate at my place? Because he who does not have people defecate at his place is a miser regarding food. Indeed, I have heard them say, so-and-so dislikes that one eats at his place. But I have never heard anyone say, so-and-so dislikes that one defecates at his place." Qasim was a man of intense eating, intense swallowing, and filthy in table companionship. He was the most generous of people with the food of others, and the most miserly of people with his own food. He acted the part of a man who had never heard of reserve or propriety. He was not content with his own ill manners at Thumama's food until he dragged his son Ibrahim along with him. The difference in filth between him and his son Ibrahim was as the difference between him and all the worlds. Whenever they faced each other at Thumama's table, no one on their right or left had any fortune in the good morsels. They brought him one day a massive bowl containing tharida, like the form of a silo, crowned with a wreath of bones with meat, the most that could be on bones. Qasim took what faced him, then he took to the right, and took what was before whoever was between him and Thumama, until he left nothing but a bare bone before Thumama. Then he leaned to his left side and did the like of that deed. His son opposed him and imitated him. When Thumama looked at the tharida, its veil uncovered, stripped and naked, and all the meat was between Qasim and his son, save for one piece before him, he reached for it and placed it before Ibrahim, the son. He did not refuse it, but counted it as an honor and an act of righteousness. Qasim said when he finished his lunch, "Did you not see Thumama's honoring of my son, and how he singled him out?" When this was recounted to me, I said, "Woe to you! I think there is on earth no vein more ill-omened for your dependents than this. This was brought forth by rage, and this rage will not leave him until he seeks satisfaction from you. If he has power over you for a sin, then by God you have perished. And if he has no power over it, rage will empower him for you. The doors of accusation are many, and there is no one who does not have within him that which, if you wish to make it a sin, you could make it so. How then regarding the sins of one who is coupled with you from head to foot? Thumama used to provide breakfast. During the days he was among the people of the pavilions, for people, but they multiplied against him, and they came to him with petitions and intercessions. In the inner circle of the theologians are ugly traits, and they hold a great tribulation against the people of dialectic and the masters of crafts. When Thumama saw what had overwhelmed him, he turned to them while they were supping and said, "Verily God, the mighty and exalted, is not shy of the truth. All of you have a mandatory right. He whose intercession has not come to us, his sanctity is as one whose intercession has preceded. Just as we, if we were able to encompass all of you with righteousness, one of you would not be more entitled to it than another. So too are you when we are incapable or when it seems right to us to desist. One of you is not more entitled to deprivation than another, nor to be borne upon, nor to be apologized to than another. If I were to draw you near and open my door to you, while distancing those who are greater in number than you and locking my door against them, my admitting you would be no excuse for me, nor in the denying of the others a proof." So they departed and did not return. Abu Muhammad al-Aruzi said, "A quarrel occurred among a group, so the singer rose to separate them. He was an ailing, miserly old man. A man grabbed him by his throat and squeezed it, so he cried out, 'My livelihood! My livelihood!' and smiled. Ibn Abi Karima recounted to me, saying, they gave al-Kinānī, the singer, an empty jar. Upon his departure they placed it for him at the door. He did not have the hire for a porter, and there overtook him that which overtakes singers of haughtiness, so he did not carry it. Instead he would kick it a kick, and it would roll and turn, according to the force of the kick. He would stand aside so no human would see him, watching what it did. Then he would approach it and kick it again, and it would roll and turn, and he would stand aside. He ceased not doing this until he reached his home with it." Abdul Nur. They said Abdul Nur, the scribe of Ibrahim bin Abdullah bin al-Hasan, had hidden himself in Basra among the tribe of Abdul Qais from the commander of the faithful Abu Ja'far and his agents. He was in a room before which was a wing. He would not show his head from it. When the pursuit calmed somewhat, and the good neighbourliness of the people was established for him, he began to sit in the wing, content to hear the voice without seeing the person, due to the comfort in that after prolonged loneliness. When the days grew long for him, and days of safety passed, he made a hole in the wing the size of his eye. When the days grew longer, he began to look through the crack of a door that was nailed shut. Then he ceased not to open it little by little, until he began to put out his head and show his face. When he saw nothing to disquiet him, he sat in the vestibule. When he increased in familiarity, he sat at the door of the house. Then he prayed with them in their prayer place and entered. Then he prayed after that and sat. The people were Arabs, so they would pour forth in conversation, mentioning from poetry the witness and the proverb, and from reports the battle days and the assemblies. He remained silent in all that, until one day a youth among them, who had departed from their etiquette and neglected some of what they had trained him in of their conduct, turned to him and said, "O Sheikh, we are a people who plunge into various topics. Perhaps we speak of shortcomings and recite satire. If you would inform us from whom you are, we would avoid all that displeases you. Even if we avoided all satirical poetry and all reports of shortcomings, we would not be secure from our praise and eulogy for some Arabs being something that displeases you. If you made known to us your lineage, we would suffice you the hearing of what displeases you of the satire of your people and the praise of your enemy. An elder among them slapped him and said, "You have no mother." An interrogation like the interrogation of the Kharijites, and a probing like the probing of fault-finders. Why do you not leave what disquiets you for what does not disquiet you? So he remained silent, except regarding what he was certain would please him. He said, and Abdul-Nur said, "Then my place became uncomfortable for me due to some matter, so I shifted to the quarter of Banu Tamim. I stayed with a man, taking him into confidence, and concealed myself until I knew the way of the people. The man had a privy beside his house, which opened onto a road that was not a thoroughfare, except that whoever passed by it in that street saw the falling of the waste from the drain of that wing. The owner of the house was of straitened living, so he expanded his means by my staying with him. When the people passed by him, they would look at the place of the refuse and waste, but my heart did not go to anything of what they were going to. While I was sitting one day, suddenly there were voices rapped together at the door, and lo, my companion was denying and apologizing. And lo, the neighbours had gathered around him and said, "What is this dropping that falls from your wing? Heretofore we saw nothing but something like droppings of camels from the dryness of biscuits. But this is a dropping that expresses every tenderness. Were it not that you are seeking support from someone you conceal and hide, you would have revealed him. As the ancients said, the veil is over indecencies, but no veil meets you in front of the good. Were this not a person sought by the Sultan, he would not hide. We do not feel safe that he might drag a calamity upon the tribe, and you do not care if your condition is good in the immediacy of your days, to what the condition leads you, and what your kinsfolk encounter. Either you bring him out to us, or you bring him out away from us." Abdul-Nur said, I said, "This, by God, is physiognomy, and not the physiognomy of Banu Mudli. We belong to God. I have exited from paradise into the fire." And I said, "This is a threat, and he has made excuse who has warned." I did not think that baseness reached what I saw from these, nor did I think that generosity reached what I saw from those. Al-Azmari and his companions. I witnessed Al-Azmari one day, and he turned to his companions, asking them about their livelihood and what they ate and drank. He turned to the one on his right and said, "O father of so-and-so, what is your condiment?" He said, "Meat." He asked, "Every day meat?" He said, "Yes." He asked, "And in it is the yellow, the white, the red, the turbid, the sour, the sweet, and the bitter?" He said, "Yes." He said, "Miserable is the living. This is not the living of the family of al-Khattab. Umar bin al-Khattab, may the mercy of God and his good pleasure be upon him, used to strike for this, and he used to say, 'The addict of meat is like the addict of wine.'" Then he asked the one next to him, saying, "O father of so-and-so, what is your condiment?" He said, "Many condiments and goodly varieties." He asked, "Is there clarified butter in your condiment?" He said, "Yes." He asked, "So you combine clarified butter and fat meat upon one table?" He said, "Yes." He said, "This is not the living of the family of al-Khattab. Ibn al-Khattab, may the mercy of God and his good pleasure be upon him, used to strike for this. If he found pots of different tastes, he would pour them into one pot and say, if the Arabs ate this, they would kill one another. Then he turned to the other and said, O father of so-and-so, what is your condiment? He said, fat meat and suckling kids. He said, do you eat it with white bread? He said, yes. He said, this is not the living of the family of al-Khattab. Ibn al-Khattab used to strike for this. Or have you not heard him say, do you think I do not know good food? The marrow of wheat with small goats. Do you not see how he denies eating it, yet claims knowledge of it? Then he turned to the one next to him and said, O father of so-and-so, what is your condiment? He said, most of what we eat is camel meat. We make from it these fried dishes, and we make some of it roast. He asked, do you eat from their livers and their humps, and do you make for yourself the dipping sauce? He said, yes. He said, this is not the living of the family of al-Khattab. Ibn al-Khattab used to strike for this. Or have you not heard him say, do you think I am unable to take livers, slices, grilled meats, and mustard sauces? Do you not see how he disapproves of eating it, yet deems his knowledge of it good? Then he said to the one next to him, O father of so-and-so, what is your condiment? He said, rich stews, shabaka, puddings, kabis, and sweetmeats, faludaj. He said, the food of the Persians, and the living of Khosrows, the marrow of wheat, with the saliva of bees, with pure, clarified butter, until he came to the last of them, all the while saying, miserable is this living. This is not the living of the family of al-Khattab. Ibn al-Khattab used to strike for this. When his speech ended, one of them turned to him and said, O Abu Sa'id, what is your condiment? He said, one day milk, one day oil, one day clarified butter, one day dates, one day cheese, one day plain bread, and one day meat, the living of the family of al-Khattab. Then he said, Abu al-Ashhab said, Al-Hasan used to buy meat for his family every day for half a dirham. If it became expensive, then for a dirham. When his stipend was withheld, his broth was with fat. I was informed about a man from Quraysh who used to say, he who does not know how to withhold does not know how to give. And he said to his son, O my son, if you give in other than the place of giving, you will soon beg from people and not be given. Then he turned to us and said, Did you know that despair is lesser than contentment, yet more noble? Indeed, greed remains ever greed, and the possessor of greed does not wait for causes, nor does he know the false greed from the true. Dependents are of two types, a corrupting desire and a grinding molar, and the eating of desire is heavier than the eating of the molar. They have claimed that dependents are the woodworm of wealth, and that there is no wealth for the one with dependence. But I say that desire reaches what the woodworm does not reach, and it consumes what dependents fall short of. Al-Hasan said, No one has ever become destitute from moderation. It was said to a sheikh from the people of Basra, Why does wealth not grow for you? He said, Because I took dependence before wealth, while people took wealth before dependence. I have seen him whose dependence preceded his wealth, yet restoration mended him, economy supported him, and good management aided him. But I have not seen for my desires any management, nor for my gluttony any patience. Iyas bin Muawiyah said, A man may have upon him 1,000, so he acts righteously, and the yield becomes right for him. And he may have upon him 2,000, so he spends 2,000, acts righteously, and the yield becomes right for him. And he may have upon him 2,000, so he spends 3,000, and sells the estate for the excess of the expenditure. He mentioned the narrative from Abu Lina, who said, "I used to see Ziyad, while he was an expansive ruler, pass by us on a mule, on its neck a rope of palm fibre twisted upon its neck. Salm bin Qutayba used to ride a mule alone, while he had 4,000 tethered horses. Al-Fadl bin Isa saw him on a donkey while he was a commander, and said, 'The mount of a prophet and the attire of a tyrant.' Had Abu Sayyara wished to push forth with the Arabs on a Meccan camel or a noble horse, he would have done so, but he desired the guidance of the righteous. Umar was carried upon a work-horse which ambled beneath him, so he dismounted from it and said to his companions, 'Keep this devil away from me.' Then he said to his companions, 'Do not seek might by other than that by which God has made you mighty.' I used to wonder at some of the predecessors when they said, 'I recognize nothing of what people were upon except the Adhan.' And I say that, though people have not ceased to be in decline as long as they elevated themselves by extravagance and raised buildings for competition. Among the most wondrous things I have seen in this time or heard is the boasting of Muwais bin Imran to Abu Ubaid Allah bin Salman regarding which of them was first to ride workhorses. What has a merchant to do with a workhorse? The riding of workhorses by merchants is but like the riding of cows by Arabs. If, when they sat in linen tents and made baths in their houses, and established quotas of ice and sweet basil, and took singing girls and eunuchs, people demanded back their deposits, and judges reclaimed the properties of orphans and the gathered estates from them, they would return to their religion, their living, and their economy. But when the owners of yields and the people of honour and noble houses saw them, they disdained to be below them in attire and appearance, so they perished and caused others to perish. Abu Yaqub al-Khuraymi claimed that Ja'far bin Yahya one day desired a need, the path to which lay by the door of al-Asma'i. He gave a servant of his a purse containing 1,000 dinars, and said to him, "I shall alight upon my return at al-Asma'i's. He will speak to me and make me laugh. If you see that I have laughed, place the purse before him." When he entered, he saw a water vessel with a severed head, a jar with a broken handle, a mended bowl, and a platter in pieces. And he saw him on a worn prayer rug, wearing a barren, coarse garment. He signalled his servant with his eye not to place the purse before him, nor to give him anything. Al-Asma'i left nothing that makes the bereaved or the angry laugh, but he brought it forth to him, yet he did not smile. Anas said to him, "I do not know at which of your two affairs I should wonder. At your patience against laughter, when there was brought to you that which the like of it cannot be withstood, or at your refraining from giving to him when you had resolved to give to him, and this is contrary to what I know of you?" He said, "Woe to you! He who entrusts the wolf has committed injustice, and he who sows in a salt marsh reaps poverty. I, by God, had I known that he conceals kindness by deed, I would not have cared for his publishing it by tongue. And where does the praise of the tongue stand compared to the praise of the traces of wealth upon a human? For the tongue may lie, but the condition does not lie. Excellent is Nusaib, where he says, 'They turned and praised with that of which you are worthy, but had they remained silent, the saddlebags would have praised you.' Did you know that the sarcophagus of Parviz is more praiseworthy for him than the poetry of Zuhair for the family of Sinan bin Abi Haritha? Because the poet lies and speaks truth, but the building of ranks does not lie at one time and speak truth at another. I shall never return to this one with kindness." Al-Asma'i used to seek refuge in God from borrowing and seeking loans, until God bestowed grace upon him. So he became the one from whom loans were sought and from whom boons were requested. It happened that 2 men came to him in one day. One of them sought a grant, fard, and the other sought a loan, cord. They came upon him together, and this distressed him and filled his chest. Then he turned to the seeker of the loan and said, "Deeds change with the changing of the state. For every time there is a management, for everything a measure, and God is in a state of glory every day. The jurist used to pass by a lost item and ignore it, not taking it, so that another might be tested with its keeping, since most people in that era rendered trusts and guarded lost items. But when they changed and became corrupt, it became incumbent upon the jurist to secure and guard it, and to endure the trial that befell him and the burden by which he was tested. It has reached me that a man came to a friend of his to borrow money from him. He left him at the door, then came out to him wrapped in a waist wrapper. He said to him, "What is the matter with you?" He said, "I came for fighting, slapping, dispute, and clamour." He asked, "Why?" He said, "Because regarding the taking of my money, you are between 2 states. Either you go away with it, or you delay repaying me with it. If you took it by way of kindness and gift, I would counter-right against you, and gratitude would be incumbent upon you. But if you took it by way of a loan, the custom in debts and the way in lending is repayment or demanding payment. If I demand payment from you, I anger you, and you make me hear what I dislike. Thus you combine against me delay, ill speech, estrangement, and the spoiling of the hand in lending, while you are the more unjust. So I get angry, as you got angry. If I transfer you to your state, I do your deed, and you and I become, as the Arabs said, I am filled with rage, ta'ik, and my companion is filled with rage, ma'ik. What is your thought of one filled with rage, full of anger? Because I am filled with rage from stupidity, full of ingratitude. But I enter the house and come out to you wrapped for fighting, so I hasten to you today what I had stored for tomorrow. You know that the pain of admonition is less than the pain of rancour and malice, so you gain the difference between the 2 pains and the surplus between the 2 insults. Furthermore, I am too stingy with my friendship to you, and too avaricious regarding my share of you, to expose it to corruption and to aid you in cutting ties. So do not blame me for considering you one of the people of your age. If you are, in your own soul, above them and far from their doctrine, then do not burden people with knowledge of the unseen, thereby wronging them." Then he said, "Loans were once returned and deposits guarded. But when they said, 'The most deserving of horses to be galloped is the borrowed one,' after it used to be said, 'The most deserving of horses to be guarded is the borrowed one,' and after it was said to one of them, 'Be gentle with it,' and he replied, 'It is a loan,' and the other said, 'Then kill it,' the loan became corrupt, and this door was blocked. And when they said, 'Roll up your shirt and prepare for a gift, and rub your forehead for the judge with garlic. Lower your wing if you walk in humility, until you strike upon the deposit of an orphan.' And when trusts were consumed by trustees and guardians, and the assessors and money changers grazed freely within them, their guarding and burying became mandatory, and the earth's eating of them became better than the eating of the treacherous libertine and the perfidious scoundrel. This is alongside the saying of Aktham bin Saifi in that era. If the loan were asked, 'Where are you going?' it would say, 'I am earning blame for my people.' Today I forbid borrowing and depositing and loaning and granting. I dislike that my word should contradict my deed. As for the loan, it is as I have informed you. As for the grant, nothing encompasses it but the treasury, Bait al-Mal. Were I to gift you a single dirham, I would open upon my wealth a door that mountains and sands could not block. Were I able to place before it a barrier like the barrier of Gog and Magog, I would do so. People have their mouths agape towards him who has dirhams. Nothing prevents them from biting but despair. If they covet, there remains neither a camel that bellows, nor a sheep that bleats, neither fur nor felt, neither silent wealth nor articulate wealth, but they swallow and devour it. Do you know what you intend with your sheikh? You only intend to impoverish him. If you impoverish him, you have killed him, and you know what has come regarding the killing of a believing soul. I did not liken the saying of al-Asma'i to this man when he said, I am too stingy with you and too avaricious regarding my share of you to expose it to corruption, except to the saying of Thumama when he said to Ibn Safiri, O biter of his mother's clitoris, out of regard I speak to you, and out of pity for myself I insult you. This was because he regretted having made him bite, seeing that this saying made that act a favour and a grace from him. I witnessed Thumama when two men came to him. One of them said, I have a need of you. Thumama said, And I too have a need of you. He said, What is your need? He said, I will not mention it to you until you guarantee me its fulfillment. He said, I have done so. He said, My need is that you do not ask me for this need. He said, You do not know what it is. He said, Nay, I have known. He said, Then what is it? He said, It is a need. A thing is not a need unless it compels one to something of burden. He said, You have gone back on what you gave me. He said, But I do not return what I took. The other turned to him and said, I have a need of Mansur bin al-Nu'man. He said, Say, I have a need of Thumama bin Ashras, because I am the one who fulfills the need for you, as Mansur fulfills it for me. Thus the need I fulfill it for you, and another fulfills it for me. Then he said, I do not speak regarding governorships, nor do I speak regarding dirhams from the hearts of people, because needs compel retribution. Whoever you ask me to give to today will ask me tomorrow to give to another. So my hastening that gift to you is more restful for me. I have no dirhams, and were I to have dirhams, my standing calamities of the hour would consume them. But I shall blame for you whomever you wish me to blame for you, with all the blame you desire. I said to him, If you blame a man in a matter regarding which you did not proceed with a request, how will his answer be to you? He laughed until he leaned against the wall. Once Abu Hammam al-Sanut came to him, speaking to him about the repair of his house, which he had volunteered to build in the Ribat of Abadan. He said, You have reminded me of the stabbing when I was forgetful. I had resolved to demolish it when it reached me that the determinists, al-Jabriya, had settled in it. He said, Glory be to God! You would demolish a noble deed, and a house you have dedicated to the way. He said, Do you wonder at this? I intended to demolish the mosque I had built for Yazid bin Hashim when he abandoned building it in the street and built it in the alley, and when it reached me that he confuses in speech and aids the Shamariya against the Mu'tazila. If Abu Hammam wanted, he would find from Thumama a place for drying dates the entire area of the earth. Whenever the phrasing was correct for him, he did not look into the soundness or corruption of the meanings. A man walked to al-Ghadiri and said, Your friend al-Kadimi has been waylaid by highwaymen. He said, So what do you want? He said, That you compensate him. He said, The highway robbery was not upon him, but rather upon me. A friend of Ibn Ashkab, the money changer, came to him to borrow money. He said, "If you wished for me to speak, I would speak, and to make excuses, I would make excuses, and to borrow some of the speech of those from whom their brethren borrow, I would do so. But I see nothing better than plainness and peeling the staff being blunt. I will not do it. If you find an excuse for me, it is more restful for your heart, and if you do not, it is worse for you." Al-Faid bin Yazid became straitened severely, so he said, "By God, we have nothing to rely upon, and the knife has reached the bone. Selling cannot happen except with a long duration. The opinion is that we descend with this calamity upon Muhammad bin Abbad, for he knows the condition, the soundness of dealing, the excellence of repayment, and what we have of expected means. If I wrote him a letter, that would please him, and it would block this gap standing at this hour." So he took the pen and paper to write to him the letter of the confident one who presumes upon friendship, doubting not that he would receive his need with the like of what he himself would be the receiver of from him. Some of those who were in the gathering went to Muhammad bin Abbad to give him glad tidings of the speedy arrival of Al-Faid's need to him. But a matter came to him which he could not withstand except by proceeding with writing, to occupy him with his own need of him before his need of him. So he wrote to him, "My wealth weakens, income is little, dependents are many, prices are high, our provisions from the Diwan have been withheld, and there have opened upon us from the doors of calamities in these days what was not in our calculation. If you see fit to send me what is possible for you, hasten it, for we have the greatest need of it." The letter arrived to Al-Faid before the sending of his letter to him. When he read it, he said, "Verily, we belong to God," and wrote to him, "O my brother, the misfortune has doubled upon me, such that I have gathered the want of your dependents to the want of my dependents. I was intent on devising a way for them, and I shall struggle in the faces of stratagems other than this struggle, and I shall move to sell what I have, even with some loss." When the letter returned to Ibn Abbad, he calmed down, while he had cast his companion into the most intense movement and the most wearying fatigue. There was a man from the sons of Harbiya who possessed generosity and spirit, and he used to visit Ibn Abbad frequently and waste money upon him, out of desire for the men of letters and the sheikhs of elegance. He used to think, due to his generosity, that his visiting Ibn Abbad in his home was an increase in intimacy. He had heard of his withholding, but he did not think there was no way through his means. So he came to him one day, unexpectedly, and said, "I have come to you without invitation, and I am content with what is present." He said, "Nothing is present, and your saying with what is present must apply to something." He said, "Then a piece of salt fish." He said, "Is a piece of salt fish not something?" He said, "Yes." Then he said, "Then we shall drink upon an empty stomach." He said, "If we had date wine, we would be in a wedding." He said, "Then I shall send for the date wine." He said, "If you proceed to bring the date wine, bring also what is suitable for the date wine." He said, "Nothing prevents me from that, and from bringing the dried fruits and basil, except that I count this visit to you as an invitation, and that is not permissible unless you have a trace in it." Muhammad said, "A door has opened for me in which there is benefit for you and no corruption for me. In this palm tree is a pair of wood pigeons, and they have 2 fledglings nearly grown. If we find a human to climb it, for it is tall and smooth, and they have not flown, for they have become ready to rise, we shall make one into a fry, tabahaja, and the other a roast, kardanaj, for it is a day of roast." So they sought among the neighbours a human to climb that palm tree, but they could not find him. So they directed them to Attila for some of the people of Harbia. The messenger ceased not to seek him until he found him. When he brought him and he looked at the palm tree, he said, "This cannot be climbed or ascended except with a climbing rope and a belt, so how can I attempt it without means?" So they asked him to seek that for them. He went and stayed away for a long time, then came to them with it. When he was at its top, one of them flew, and he brought down the other. So it was the fry and the roast, and it was the lunch and the supper. Ibrahim bin Sayyaba wrote to a friend of his who equalled him in literature, and rose above him in condition, and was of much wealth and much silent gold, asking to borrow from him some of what would assist him until some of what he hoped for came to him. This friend wrote to him apologizing, saying, "Wealth is lied for and lied against, and people attribute to people in this chapter what they do not possess. I am today in straits, and the condition is not as we love. The most worthy to be excused is the intelligent friend." When his letter arrived to Ibn Sayyaba, he wrote to him, "If you are lying, may God make you truthful, i.e. actually poor, and if you are blameworthy, may God make you excused." Knowledge of the Arabs regarding food Amr al-Jahiz said, "We needed, upon lengthening, and when the book became long and large, that there should enter into it something of the knowledge of the Arabs and their food, and what they praise one another with, and what they satire one another with, even if little, so that the book might organize the totality of this chapter. Were it not that it would exceed the measure of people's desire, the report concerning the Arabs and the Bedouins would be more than all of this book. Food is of varieties. The invitation, da'wah, is a comprehensive name, as is the zula. Then from it are the urs, wedding, the kurs, the idar, the wakira, and the naqiyah. The ma'duba, banquet, is a name for every food to which groups are invited. The poet said, "We, in the winter, invite the multitude, al-jafala. You do not see the host among us selecting yantakir." And it came in the hadith, "The Qur'an is the banquet of God." Some people claimed that the urs is the walima, wedding feast, due to the saying of the Prophet, peace and blessings of God be upon him, to Abd al-Rahman, "Make a walima, even with a sheep." Ibn Awn and al-Asma'i after him used to blame Amr bin Ubaid and say, "He does not answer wedding feasts, walims." They made the food of betrothals, weddings, the seventh day, and circumcision a walima. The urs is known, except that al-Mufaddal al-Dabbi claimed that this name is taken from their saying, "No perfume after a bridegroom," arus. Al-Asma'i used to make the arus a specific man who built upon his wife consummated marriage but was not perfumed for it, so everyone who built upon his wife was named by that name thereafter. The like of this is not established except by being widespread in poetry and appearing in reports. As for the kurs, it is the food prepared on the morning of birth, for men and women. They claimed that the origin of that is taken from the kursa, and the kursa is the food of the woman in childbed. A slave girl who gave birth when she had no one to serve her or practice for her. What is practice for the woman in childbed said, "Feed yourself, takarasi. There is no feeder for you." Regarding the kursa, Musawir al-Waraq says, "If an Asadi woman gives birth to a boy, give her glad tidings of baseness in the boy. The women of Banu Dubayr feed her, takharusuha, with the most malicious food they find." Ibn al-Kamiyah said, "Your evil is present, and your good is scant." Feeder of the childbed, karus, from the rabbits of Baḥr. So the karus is the owner of the khursa. The idar is the food of circumcision. It is said, a boy excused, madur, and a boy circumcised, mudar, are all together. One of the companions of the Prophet, peace and blessings of God be upon him, said, intending their closeness in age, "We were the circumcision, idah, of 1 year." Al-Nabiga said, they married virgins, and they, in a slave girl, hastened them to the place of circumcision, idah. They claimed they named the food of circumcision idah due to context and proximity. Al-Asma'i used to say, the Arabs had speech for meanings. When those meanings were altered, that speech was not spoken. From that is the saying of people today, he drove to her dowry, sadak. This was only said when the dowry was camels and sheep. By the analogy of Al-Asma'i's saying, the people of dates, whose blood monies and dowries were dates, did not say, so-and-so drove his dowry. He said, and from that is the saying of people today, so-and-so built upon his wife last night. This saying was only for him who would pitch his dome and his tent over his wife on that night, and that was his building. Therefore the ancient one said, if the rain fell, I would build for a man who had a dome of worn-out striped cloth. Al-Asma'i counted things of this sort whose mention has no place here, and among their food is the wakira, which is the food of building. A man would feed those who built for him, and when he finished his building, he sought blessing by feeding his companions and inviting them. Therefore their speaker said, the best food the tribe has witnessed is the wedding, the circumcision, and the building feast, wakira. They name what they slaughter of camels and slaughter animals from the goods of spoil, the nakia. The poet said, we strike their heads with swords, the striking of the butcher at the slaughter feast, nakia, of the arrival. And the akika is an invitation upon the meat of the ram, which is sacrificed for the boy. The akika is a name for the hare itself, and the hares are akaik. Their saying, perform akq for him, means shave his akika. They say he performed akq for him, and he performed akq over him. So the ram was named akika, due to the proximity of neighbourhood and the entangled cause. Then they named that food by the name of the ram. Al-Asma'i used to say, let not one of you say, I ate millah. Rather, he says, I ate a bread, for the millah is the place of the bread in the hot ash, sand. Likewise, he says regarding the rawiyah and the mazada. He says the rawiyah is the camel, and they claimed that they derived the rawaya, narrator, of poetry, from that. As for the invitation to these categories, thereof is the blamed, and thereof is the praised. The blamed is the nakara, and the praised is the jafala. That is, if the messenger of the banquet's owner and the host comes while the people are in their compounds and assemblies, and says, answer the food of so-and-so, making them a single group, jafala, which is the jafala, then that is the praiseworthy. But if he selects intakara and says, stand you, O so-and-so, and stand you, O so-and-so, inviting some and leaving some, then he has selected intakara. The Hudhali said, and a knight whose butcher warms himself by the dung, its caller singles out the wealthy with selection, nakra. He means he invites in it only the possessors of wealth and the people of recompense, and this is ugly. One of our wits said regarding that, he prefers with the kid and the table him from whom he hopes for return. If there were 2 measures in his palm of mustard seed, not one would fall. Tarafa bin al-Abd said, we in the winter invite the multitude, al-Jafala. You do not see the host among us selecting. When Bistam bin Qais al-Shaybani raided Malik bin al-Muntafiq al-Dabbi and Asim bin Khalifa al-Dabbi stood firm against him, he attacked him and pierced him while saying, "This, while in the hafla, gathering, he does not invite me." And it is narrated, "In the jafala, he does not invite me," as if he held a grudge against him when he used to invite the people of the assembly and leave him. The food deemed blameworthy among them is of two types. One of them is the food of famine years, crises, calamities, the destitute, the miserly, the cowardly, the poor, and the weak. Of that is the fath, the da'ah, the habid, the karama, the qurra, the aswum, the munka al-baram, the qasid, the kid, and snakes. As for the faz, even if it is a detested drink, it does not enter into this chapter, nor does the majdu. As for the faz, it is the juice of the cud, if thirst strikes them in the deserts. And as for the majdu, when thirst reaches the limit of endurance with them, they slaughter the camels and catch the blood in bowls, so that nothing of their blood is lost. When the blood cools, they beat it with their hands and mix it, jadahu, with sticks until it separates, so its water separates from its heaviness, just as butter is cleared by churning and cheese by rennet. Then they share that water, yatasafanun, and sustain themselves with it until they exit the desert. The poet said, "You did not eat the fath and the da'ah, nor did you gather the colocynth pulp, habid, that the gatherer gathers." Umayyah bin Abi al-Salt said, "They do not dispute the reign of a trap, and the sustenance of their families is not the aswum, nor is there a tick picked from food, nor a sacrifice to an idol, nor a destitute client." Muawiyah bin Abi Rabi'a al-Jarmi said regarding the Qurra, taunting Banu Asad and people of Hawazin, "And they are the two sons of the lice-ridden woman. Did you not see that Jam went to Najd, while your father is sharing with the lice in the holes of al-Uqaysir? If Qurra comes, he says, I profit by it, other than the lice. Indeed, I'm humble before Hawazin. The karama, the shavings of horns, hooves, and callous pads, and their filings. The al-Jahiz, ticks crushed and kneaded with blood. The qurra, flour mixed with hair. A man among them would not shave his head unless there was on his head a handful of flour, to be a charity for the destitute and a purification for him. So whoever took that flour for eating is blamed. Regarding the eating of snakes, Ibn Munada says, "Beware of the fertile land, do not approach it, for therein is death and doom decreeing. They drove you from the lands of your father, while you are settlers roasting vipers." Al-Khatami said regarding their eating of kid, dried leather, "I turban myself in drizzle and wind, wrapping me, and in a dark night without stars. To an old woman kindling the fire after the darkness had wrapped around from every side. So I greeted, and the greeting did not please her, but it is a right upon every avoider. When we disputed in speech, I asked her, 'From which tribe?' She said, 'A company from Muharib, of those who roast skins, kid, in every winter, even if the fertile land of people is not far.' Al-Rai said, 'A needy one wept from being a guest, and a night visitor binds the waist-wrapper over the bowels from hunger. To the light of a fire, whose people roast skins, and guests may be honoured while skins are roasted. They may be straitened in drink other than the majdu and the faz in raids and travels, so they praise him who prefers his companion, and they do not blame him who takes his right from it. This is the water of Musafana. The Musafana, the dividing of this water specifically. That is, if the water falls short of quenching thirst, they divide it equally, and the chief, the owner of the quarter share, the chosen share, and the surplus of divisions has no excess over the lowest of the people. This is a general character and a general noble trait in chiefs. Al-Farazdak said, "When we shared the water-skin, Tasafana, there sobbed towards me the creases of the gullet of the large-bellied Ambari. At an hour wherein, if Hatim were among the people, despite his generosity, the soul of Hatim would have been stingy with it." By that doctrine of altruism the poet praised Ka'b bin Mama when he preferred his companion al-Namari with his share, saying, "There was never a commoner who gave water to drink upon thirst. Wine mixed with water when its mixing vessel cooled, more than Ibn Mama Ka'b. Then he was rendered helpless by it. The decree of death gave him only heat and burning. Ka'b looked upon the water, then it was said to him, 'Drink, Ka'b. Indeed, you are arriving at water.' But he did not arrive. Regarding Musafana, the Asadi said, 'As if a groaning, O daughter of the people, did not make kneel young camels imitated by the carved bow, and a Persian did not give drink to a people upon the pebbles. The pouring of the water-skins while the riding beasts were leaning. They claim that the pebble which, if covered by the water in the vessel, marked the share of one of them, is called the mikla. This word I heard from the Baghdadis, and I did not hear it from our companions, and I am innocent of it before you.' Ibn Jahush said regarding Musafana, 'When we took turns at the water-skin, there sobbed towards the water the soul of the large-bellied Ambari. And I preferred him when I saw what was with him, fearing for the soul the pursuit of blamers. So he came with a rock like his head to drink the luck of the people amidst the cutting events. Affliction may strike the people in their desert and their places such as has not been heard of in any nation of nations, nor in any region of regions. One of them will hunger until he binds stones upon his belly, and until he seeks protection by the tightness of the knots of the waist-wrapper, and removes his turban from his head to bind his belly with it. His turban is but a crown, and the Bedouin finds in his head from the cold, if he's bareheaded, what no one else finds, due to the length of his adhering to the turban, and the abundance of its folding and the doubling of its layers. Perhaps he turbans himself with 2 turbans, and perhaps it is upon a Qudri cap. Musab bin Umair al-Laythī said, "Travel, for the darkness has fallen upon you. Miserable is the man who hopes for hospitality from Asim. We were pushed to him while he was like the male hyena, stepping aside, binding our livers with turbans." Al-Ra'i said in that regard, "A fire is kindled for a rider among them from behind them, so all of them journeyed towards its light by evening, to the light of a fire whose people roast skins, and guests may be honoured while skins are roasted. When they made their camels kneel, and we complained to them, they wept, and both adversaries wept from what was with them. A needy one wept from being a guest, and a night visitor binds the waist-wrapper over the bowels from hunger. Among that which indicates the affliction they are in, and their being praised for altruism, is the saying of the Ganawi, "Qais bin Aylan has known that we are pure gold, and that we are where its wood is fixed. When the water after today is mixed, some of it with some, and the stinginess of a soul and its generosity are tested, and that we are hosts when the Gada wood is sought early, when the earth becomes, while it is barren, its armies." Al-Ujair al-Saluli said, in that regard, "From women who gift water for water after every host and turbaned one has thrown down the hospitality dishes." Another said in the like of this, "We have camels that quench our dependence one day." 3. And if they increase one day, then 4. They supply them with water not from their insignificance, but when a thing is little, it is made wide. Despite that, those visit her house for meat, until the evil departs altogether. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri said, I took a stone and bound it upon my belly from hunger, and came to the Prophet, peace and blessings of God be upon him, to ask him. But when I heard him preaching, who abstains, God grants him chastity, and who seeks aid, God aids him, I returned and did not ask him. A Bedouin said, I hungered until I heard a buzzing in my ears. I went out seeking game, and lo, a cave, and lo, a wolf cub. I slaughtered it and ate it, and oiled myself, and made sandals from its skin. When al-Mughira arrived at al-Qadisiyah to Sa'd with 70 riding camels, and with Sa'd was intense straightening of condition, they slaughtered them, ate their meat, oiled themselves with their fat, and made sandals of their skins. Al-Asma'i mentioned from Uthman al-Shaham, from Abu Raja al-Ataridi, who said, When it reached us that the Prophet, peace and blessings of God be upon him, had begun killing, we fled. So we roasted the thigh of a buried rabbit and threw our fat lumps upon it. I do not forget that meal. Al-Asma'i, when he narrated this report, used to say, Excellent is the condiment, hunger, and excellent is the slogan of the Muslims, lightness. They mentioned from Abdul Malik bin Umar, from a man of Banu Udra, who said, I went out visiting maternal uncles of mine in Hajar. I found them in a red soft soil, at the furthest stone, at the rising of the moon. They mentioned that a female donkey used to frequent a palm tree, raising her forelegs and reaching with her mouth, taking the unripe dates, the dry dates, the half-ripe, and the cucumber dates, ma-wa. I shouldered my bow and girded my quiver. Suddenly she approached, so I shot her, and she fell on her mouth. I reached her and cut out her navel and her mane, struck my fire, gathered my firewood, then buried her. Then there overtook me what overtakes youth of sleep, so I did not wake except by the heat of the sun on my back. I uncovered her, and lo, she had a bubbling from the fat, like the clamour of Tai and Gatif and Gatafan. Then I rose to the dates, and the cold of the dawn had struck them. So I gathered the cucumber dates and the unripe dates. I began to place the fat between 2 dates, and the date between 2 pieces of fat, thinking the fat was butter, then a thorn. I reckoned it from its sweetness, a honeycomb I brought down from the mountain. I suspect this narrative because therein is what is not permissible for an Arab who knows the ways of the Arabs to speak. It is of the narratives of al-Haytham. A Medinan said to a Bedouin, What do you invite, and what do you eat? He said, We eat whatever crawls and walks, except the beetle, Hubain. The Medinan said, May Hubain enjoy safety. Al-Asma'i said, A Bedouin was stripping meat from a bone. When he wished to throw it, and he had 3 sons, one of them said to him, Give it to me. He said, What will you do with it? He said, I will strip it until you find no resting place for flesh on it. He said, You have said nothing. The second said, Give it to me. He said, What will you do with it? He said, I will strip it until it is not known whether it is for this year or for the year before it. He said, You have said nothing. The third said, Give it to me. He said, What will you do with it? He said, I will make it the marrow of its condiment. He said, You are for it. Another said, Indeed, you did not resemble Lakit and his deed, even if you fed rice with dates. Another said, If some of it sinks, you do not find for it a buzzing for what was near it. And if they attempt to mend it, you see it, upon mending, increase only in crumbling. Refuge of the saddles, it climb no lookout, and the 3 dark tripod stones did not mount it. Nor did it traverse from the direction of Mecca a distance to us, nor did the white camels pass a valley with it. But in its origin it is from Mosul, neighbouring a flowing flood from the sea. Oars brought it pushing towards us, and it followed between the watering places. I said, "Whose are these pots upon which I saw the wind pouring dust and sand?" They said, "And is it hidden from every looker, the pots of Rakash, if a seer contemplates?" I said, "When was the covenant of your pots with meat?" They said, "When they were not borrowed. From Eid al-Adha to Eid al-Adha, otherwise they are like the weaving of the spider as they are." When the exhaustion became clear to me in their faces and their complaints, I entered them into my dependence. So I was, whenever they looked out for me approaching, they signalled all together in clamour and calling. Among what they said in the description of their pots, their bowls, and their food is what I am writing for you. They, even if they are in a land of barrenness, are better in condition during fertility. So do not think that all they describe of their pots, their bowls, their tharida, and their haze is false. Al-Asma'i recounted to me, saying, I asked al-Muntaji bin Naban about the fertility of the desert. He said, "Perhaps I saw the dog stepping over the butterskin, while it was exposed to him out of satiety." Al-Afwa al-Audi said, "A bowl belonging to Tha'laba bin Kays delighted us, to which the hungry seek shelter in the winter, and ladles not borrowed, and a black tent. The defect of its weaving is not patched, as if the ladles in it are a ring, and the thongs of buckets upon a well bucket being pulled." Man bin Az said, mentioning the pot of Sa'id bin al-Az, in some of what he praised him with, "Brother of winters, his pots cease not to reside on its sides, then depart. When the kindlers mount it, you see it. If its hospitality were pierced while it is kindled with wood, you would hear a clamour from it when it boils, like the rumbling of camels grumbling when they stampede. You see the full-grown humped camel in it entirely, contracted in its bottom, not moving, as if the grizzled elders in its corners are blindly stumbling in its current when it flows. When its waves clash, it is as if they are dark she-camels in the stopping place taking midday rest. When its waves heat up, it is as if a tremor shakes them from the intensity of the boiling. Its anchors remain still, standing for him whom a livelihood and an eating place befall therein. Al-Farazdak was a guest of Abu al-Sahma, Suhaim bin Amir, one of Banu Amr bin Marthad. He praised him and mentioned in his praise his pot, saying, "We asked about Abu al-Sahma until we came to the best visited one for a night traveller. We said, 'O Abu al-Sahma, indeed we found Azd further than Nizar.' So he rose, dragging towards us out of haste the trains of the heavy drinker, along with the waist wrapper. And he rose to a tall camel, broken-nosed, raised in tar. It circles them while the pot boils, with white of the hump-fat of camels, dripping, as if the looking of the froth-chunks in it is virgins looking out at virgins. Al-Kumayt said in the description of the pot, "Geese diving in a deep sea, disappearing repeatedly and floating repeatedly," as if the boiling noise from its bubbling is the Raja's poems of Aslam, satirizing Gifar. As for what they mentioned of the descriptions of pots regarding their taunting of one another, it is as Muhammad bin Yasir recited to me. He said, when the first one said, "We have a pot, 2 cubits is its width, and for the height of it are cubits and spans." The other said, "What is this? May God disgrace this as a pot." But I say, I prepared for my pot a place, so I placed it on a hill between soft ground and a rugged tract. I made for it the hills of Al-Rakam and Takhfa and Gol as tripod stones before it that were not moved. With a pot, as if the night were the blackness of its bottom, you see the elephant floating in it, not cut up. The dripping hump fat is hastened for the guests, and whoever comes to it from the rest of the people is satiated. Abu Ubaidah said, and when Al-Farazdak said, and a pot like the breastbone of the ostrich was heated with stumps of wood from which their debris had departed. Maysara Abu al-Darda said, and what is the breastbone of the ostrich? By God, this would not satiate Al-Farazdak, but I say, and a pot like the hollow of the night, its boiling was heated. You see the elephant floating in it, not disjointed. Abdullah bin al-Zubayr said, praising Asma bin Kharija, did you not see that glory sent seeking an ally of purity and a follower who does not leave him? He chose Asma bin Hizn. So there were lined by the deed of height his right hands and his left hands. You see the full-grown Bukhari camel upon his table, its limbs and its joints cut up. Among what is permissible in this chapter, even if there's no description of a pot in it, is the saying of Al-Farazdak regarding Al-Udhafir bin Zayd, one of Banu Taym al-Lat bin Tha'laba. By your life, the provisions on the day of their measuring are not more in good than the table of Al-Udhafir. If the Dajjal were his guest seeking hospitality, and alighted upon his baker with the armies, with the number of Gog and Magog, hungering, the lunch of Al-Udhafir would satiate them for a month. Ibn Abdal said regarding Bishr bin Marwan bin al-Hakam, if Bishr wished, there would be before his door black stammerers or red Slavs. But Bishr made easy the door for that, for which Bishr has praise and reward. Far is the pasture of the eye. His glance does not turn back fear of the crowds, neither a house door nor a curtain. They said in the contradictions of their poems regarding pots. Al-Rakashi said, we have from the giving of God a black dark one, reaching after the near ones, the distant ones. We made Alal and Al-Rijam and Takhfa for it, so it settled upon them as tripod stones, paying on our behalf the rights of Muhammad when a miserable one of condition comes to us hungering. Ibn Yasir came to relieve its distress. If he did not go at evening, he arrived with the dawn early. Ibn Yasir answered him, saying, and a toothless one, broken of sides, and no one sees in it a defect other than that appearing. Some of them called to some at my appearance, Ho, rejoice! This is the Yasiri coming. Ibn Yasir said regarding that, the pot of al-Rakashi was not hollowed by a pickaxe, like the pots, nor was it cut from a stone. But the pot of Abu Hafs, if it were traced one day, is the foster child of thickets and rivers, i.e. clay. Abu Nuwas al-Hasan bin Hani al-Hakami intercepted between them, mentioning the pot of al-Rakashi with satire also, saying, and a dark one which Rakash sets on tripods when she winters, compounded of ears, a mother of dependence. Its chest chokes on the breastbone of a gnat, and she brings it down easily without a fee. If you came to it full of fresh meat cut in pieces, you would bring out what is in it with a toothpick stick. It is the pot of the Sheikh Baḥr bin Wa'il, the spring of orphans in the year of every emaciation. Al-Namir bin Tawlab said, it has what it desires, purified honey, and if it wills, white bread with clarified butter. Among the most noble of what they knew of food, and no one fed people that food except Abdullah bin Judan, is the faludak. Umayyah bin Abi al-Salt praised him for that, saying, to a large bowl of walnut wood, upon it is the marrow of wheat mixed with honey. They have the tharid, and it is common among their nobles. Hashim prevailed with it when he crumbled hashama, bread for his people, and he was praised for it in famous poetry, which is his saying, Amr of the heights crumbled the tharid for his people, while the men of Mecca were drought-stricken, emaciated. Among the praised food is the haze. Makhzum claims that the first to mix haze was Suwaid bin Harami. The poet said, If it be severe, I am called for it, and if haze is mixed, Jundub is called. Bread among them is praised. Abdullah bin Habib al-Ambari, one of Banu Samura, was called the eater of bread because he did not eat dates and had no desire for milk. He was the chief of Banu al-Anbar in his time. If they boasted, they said, From us is the eater of bread, and from us is the protector of birds, meaning Thob bin Shahma al-Ambari. They place meat above milk. Therefore their poet said, Even if she did not push her blood to the milk, some of her realized that they are blood from the lineages of some. And they place meat above dates. Do you not see him say, Ubaid offered me hospitality with her dates, and I offered him the hump of a tied she-camel, little ridden? Does the fat of the hump, when he winters, equal the dates of Juwatha, when its palm branch is cast? There is nothing above the slaughtering of camels and the feeding of the hump. The acre is bravery, and the milk is the bounty. Russell. The Hudhali said, If I had a man from Quraim, they would have defended me with bravery or bounty. The Hudhali said, Verily, the best of people in bounty and bravery. Al-Marar bin Sa'id al-Fakasi said, They have camels not from blood moneys, and they were not dowries nor from gain without merit. But a knight, not inclining, protected them from the scattered groups of a raid through the spears. Broken in, trained for every bounty and bravery, and known are their colours in the sanctuaries. They described the Tharid, so Al-Rai said, So he passed the night counting the stars over a circling pool of Tharid. Rapid is its freezing upon the hands of men. He also said regarding it, I saw the pots of people black upon the roast fire, but the pot of the Rakashis is white shining like the full moon. If you came to it full of fresh meat cut in pieces, you would bring out what is in it on the tip of a fingernail. 3 stones make it distinct to the seeker at their courtyard, like the mark of the letter Dha from the dots of ink. It is clear in its stirring stick that its wood is sound, healthy, untouched by the harm of the ember. It goes at evening to the tribe of Al-Rabab and Darim and Saad, and the beggars of Al-Fazr frequent it. And to the tribe of Amr is a scent from its buckets, and Taglib and the white chiefs of Baḥr. When they call out for departure, there strives with it before them the 1-year-old from the offspring of the ant. Some of the Tamimis said, satirizing Ibn Habbar, If a pot wept from the length of what it was detained from dryness, the pot of Ibn Habbar would weep. Greece has not touched it since its metal was broken, nor has it seen fire after the fire of the smith. The Shu'ubiyya and the Azad Mahdiya, the haters of the family of the Prophet, peace and blessings of God be upon him, and his companions, from those who opened the conquests, killed the Magians, and came with Islam, exaggerate in the coarseness of their living and the roughness of their clothing, and detract from their comfort and the ease of their living. Yet they are of the best of nations in condition with the rain, and the worst of them in condition if the clouds lighten. So much so that perhaps the rain covers the earth with herbage and water. So at that the destitute and the poor say, pasture and no eater, and herbage and no camel, and fodder for which the liver of the destitute bursts. Therefore their poet said, "The armies avoided Abu Zainab, and the clouds poured upon your grazing grounds." If you looked into their poetry, you would know that they have eaten good things and known them, because delicate food is only with the people of wealth and the owners of living. Ziyad bin Fayyad said, mentioning Darmak, which is white flour, "And a youth of Qais bin Aylan met a noble one, when the armoured knights disliked the war. So he rose to the white camels with his sword, and dark heavy camels flew in fear of the sword. The edge of the sword encountered a contracted strong one, so she stumbled, and in her was a fetus moving. So he fed her, fat and meat and white flour, Darmak. And the dark nights did not turn us from him. He said, 'He remains in white flour and fruit, and in roast as you wish, or its broth.' Jarir said, 'She burdens me with the living of the family of Zaid, and who will bring me the thin bread and the mustard sauce?' Hassan bin Thabit said, 'Tharid, as if the clarified butter in its corners is the stars of the Pleiades or the eyes of wild cats.' Ibn Harma said, 'Until he came to them with a bowl of walnut wood, its tangled stars appearing.' Kamil bin Ikrimah said, 'So he brought near between them a bread, resting, which fat clothed, pouring forth abundantly. His two servants flap, fanning it together, returning them to the earth, bending down. So their climbing of the wall in it, and my knowledge, if knowledge classified it as a captive.' This is regarding the description of Tharid. Bishr bin Abi Kazim said, 'You see the grease of the camel hump on their beards, like the colour of the monkey fat matted by frost.' Another said, 'The fragrant dark musk cleared its parting, and the goodness of oils is on his head, for he is balding from the sides.' When the black group of Yemenis attempt the weaving of his two garments, they make thin and widen. Al-Zubayr bin Abdul Muttalib said, 'For we were created, when we were created, for us are the striped robes and the crushed musk. Were it not for the Hums Quraysh, men would not wear garments of glory until they die. Their garments are a left-hand wrap, or a cloak, in which is filth like the filth of the grease skin. So distinguish, as you see, between the dress of the nobles and the people of wealth and others.' Al-Asha said, 'To Al-Sharaf belongs the wood, so its sides are between Humran and Yansub. Better for her, if she feared its burrow, than her master is Zaid bin Ayyub. Reclining, his doors are knocked. The slave strives for him with the goblet.' Abu al-Salt bin Abi Rabia said, 'Drink enjoyably, the crown upon you reclining, in the head of Gumdan, a house for you suitable for staying.' This is not from the chapter of excess. The chapter of excess is like the saying of Jaran al-Aud, describing himself and his beloved, saying, 'So there became, in where we met in the morning, a bracelet and an anklet and a bordered silk drape. And broken pieces of necklaces they left like the embers of Garda wood in some of what is stepped upon.' From that is the saying of Adi bin Zayd, 'O Lubaina, kindle the fire. Indeed, he whom you love has become bewildered. Many a fire I spent the night watching, consuming the Indian wood and the laurel.' Another said, 'I see in passion a fire for a doe kindled. Her fuel is stirred up and blazes after them. Kindled with aloes wood at midnight, and with randwood at times, so that is her fuel.' We have mentioned the praised food, what it is, and we have mentioned one of the two classes of blameworthy food. The other class is like the khazira with which Mujashi bin Darim is insulted, and like the sakhina with which Quraysh is insulted. Khadash bin Zuhair said, 'O intensity of what we attacked without lie! Upon sakhina were it not for the night and the sacred precincts. Abdullah bin Hammam said, "Then I would strike them until they return, in Mecca, licking the Sakhina." Jarir said, "The Khazir was placed," so it was said. "Where is Mujashi?" So a large-lipped, gluttonous one opened his mouth. The Khazir was not of their food, and there is a narrative for it. The Sakhina was of the food of Quraysh. The Ansar, Abdul Qais, Udhra, and everyone who was near date palms were satirized for eating dates. Al-Farazdak said, "I am not a Sadi on whose mouth is a happy look, nor am I an Abdi whose bag is dates." Asad was satirized for eating dogs and for eating the flesh of humans. If the Arabs found a man from a tribe had committed an ugly act, they attached that to the whole tribe, just as the tribe is praised for a beautiful deed, even if it was only from one of them. So they satirized Quraysh with Sakhina and Abdul Qais with dates. That is common in both tribes, and they are of the good foods and provisions. Just as they satirize for eating dogs and people, even if that was only from one man, and perhaps if you sought the verification, you would find him excused. The poet said, "O Fakasi, why did you eat him? Why? Had God feared you for him, he would have forbidden him. So you ate neither his flesh nor his blood." Musawir bin Hind said in that, "If an Asadi woman gives birth to a boy, give her glad tidings of baseness in the boy." The women of Banu Dubayr feed her with the most malicious food they find. You see the fingernails of a not-fingered one casting her talons upon the cutting board of Thumam. He said, "Banu Asad, if Fakas is barren this year, then this is the time of dogs and their year." Al-Farazdak said, "If an Asadi hungers one day in a town, and his dog is fat, he is its eater." Shurayh bin Aus said, satirizing Abu al-Muhawish al-Asadi, "You taunted us with the dates of Iraq and its wheat, while the penis of the dog increased you in the crackling of the embers." Asad, Hudhail, Al-Anbar and Bahila were satirized for eating the flesh of humans. The poet said regarding Hudhail, "And you ate the fat of Ibn Muhaddim for a time, so no one feels safe from you after." They called to it between 5 and 4, and the fingernails had fallen out and the skin peeled. "And you raised his penis for your chief, Muawiyah the cleft-lipped. Oh, shame for you! What a gift!" Hassan said regarding them, "If treachery pleases you, pure with no mixture, then come to Al-Raji and ask about the house of Lihyan, a people who counselled one another to eat the neighbour among them. So the sheep, the dog, and the human are equal." A poet satirized Balanbar Banu al-Anbar, intending Thawb bin Shahma, and therein is a narrative. "You hastened what my treatment prevented you from the young she-goats and the ewes, until you ate a delicate girl like ivory." When Thawb bin Shahma was taunted with the youth eating the flesh of the woman, until he himself came down from the mountain, he said, "O daughter of my uncle, what informs you what is my merit, when my ribs do not enclose malicious provision? Indeed, I am possessed of strength, whose impulses are feared at the cry, with the blade of the sword, striking." So Thawb bin Shahma was satirized for eating the flesh of a woman, while Thawb was more noble of soul among them than to eat malicious food, even if he died among them of hunger. He has stories, and indeed Hatim al-Tai was captured and remained with him for a time. The poet said, satirizing Bahila with the like of that, "Indeed, Gafak was eaten by Bahila. They sucked the marrow of his bones and his shoulders, and the mother of Gafak became bereaved." All of Asad was satirized for that, due to Ramla bint Fa'id bin Habib bin Khalid bin Nadla, when her husband and her brother Abu Arab ate her. They claimed that that was from them only by way of rage and jealousy. So Ibn Dara said, announcing that against them, "Is it that when you quenched thirst and milked your milk-skin, you boasted? And wherein is the boasting for the Fakasi? And Ramla was a wife to a group of you, and a sister of a group, and she is shameful of mention. O Abu Arab, how is the kinship between you, while your brethren are knotted from the flesh of her buttocks?" He said, "I lacked women after Ramla of Faid. Banu Fakas comes to you with safety. She passed the night a bride, then her flesh became cooked meat in pots among you and bowls." Al-Bara bin Rabi, the brother of Mudaris bin Rabi, said, taunting Salt, who was his brother, saying, "O Salt, indeed the place of your tent is stinking, so depart, for the wood is not sound. And if Faid calls you to the blood moneys, remember the place of her stolen bodice. And now call Abu Rijal, for it is hideous, attached to Habib." Abu Rijal was her paternal uncle. Ma'ruf al-Dubayri said in that, "If you are a guest at night of a Fakasi, do not ever eat food belonging to him, for the meat is human, so leave it, and the best provision is that which prevents the forbidden." Kalb and Al-Kain bin Jasser were taunted for eating testicles. That was due to women, for one of them, when he fed his testicles due to trifling with a woman, walked with those who committed that from them in such a way. So some of those who committed that said, "Convey on my behalf to Banu Kalb and their brethren Kalb, so do not dare after me against anyone. These are the testicles, so eat them from yourselves, as you ate your testicles in Banu Asad." This chapter multiplies and lengthens, and in what we have mentioned is a proof of what we intended regarding the classification of states. If you want it collected, seek it in the book of the Shu'ubiyya, for it is there exhausted. The Bedouin, if he desires guests and sees no fire, barks, so the dog answers him, and he follows its voice. Therefore the poet said, "And one sniffing the wet earth, seeking hospitality from us, while his evening place on earth is distant." Another said, "A surmiser howled, while the night was clothed in dew, to a barking seeker between Al-Rumaytha and Al-Hadr." And what indicates to you that he barks while upon his riding beast, so that the dog may bark at him, is the saying of Humayd al-Arqat. "And a howler howled, while the night was clothed in dew, and he had leaned towards the lowlands, following the stars. Some of them expose their dog, so it answers, and some of them prevent it from that." Ziyad al-Ajam said, satirizing Banu Ajl, "You muzzle the dog of the tribe for fear of hospitality, and your pot is like the Virgin with a curtain before her." Another said, "We alighted at Amaz, so he set his dogs upon us, so we were almost eaten between his two tents. So I said to my companions, whispering to them, 'Is this day longer, or the day of resurrection?' Another said, 'I prepared for the guests a striking dog with me, and the surplus of a stick of Arzan wood.' Asha of Banu Taglib said, 'When Muawiyah bin Amr settles upon the wells, he strangles the dogs.' Ibn al-Arabi recited to me, claiming it was from the saying of al-Majnun, 'And a fire raised for other than good, hoping that the shepherds would come to me at night. There came to me at night a tall figure of them, dragging his old shoe, hoping for supper. So his supper with me was a thick stew of dates in which the stones were ground.' Hassan bin Thabit said contrary to that, 'Children of Jaffna around the grave of their father, the grave of Ibn Maria, the generous, the preferred. They are visited until their dogs do not growl. They do not ask about the approaching multitude.' Al-Marar al-Hamani said regarding his dog, 'He became accustomed to people, so he does not bark at them, neither at a hired servant seeking good, nor a free man. Imran bin Asam said, Abd al-Aziz has upon his people and others favours that cover him. So your door is the softest of their doors, and your house is inhabited, full. And your dog is more familiar with the beggars than the mother with her visiting daughter. And your palm, when you see the asker, is more moist than the rainy night. So from you is the giving, and from us the praise, with every travelling inkwell. Regarding the familiarity of dogs with people due to the length of seeing them, there is much poetry. The poet said, O Amr, fulfil the promise, and guard by that a trust and covenants. Indeed, the dogs of your family were knocked upon in the forenoon, until you left their biting ones sleeping. They strike with their tails out of joy at us, pillowing arms and cheeks. Du al-Rumah said, The dogs of the tribe saw me until they became familiar with me, and the spider extended its webs upon my saddle. Another said, Al-Huwayrith passed the night while the dogs were smelling him, and he moved at night with a white sword like the crescent upon hunger. This verse enters into this chapter. Another said, Had I been carrying wine the day I visited you, the dog would not have denied that I was a friend of the house. But I came while the scent of musk wafted from me, and the rosy ambergris I kindled upon the fire. So the dog denied my scent when he saw me, for he used to know the scent of the wineskin and the tar. Hilal bin Khatham said, Indeed, I am chaste regarding the visit of my neighbour woman, and indeed her backbiting is hated by me. When her husband is absent from her, I am not, to her, a frequent visitor, nor do her dogs become familiar with me. I am not the knower of the tales of her house, nor knowledgeable of what weaving is her clothes. Ibn Harma said regarding the joy of the dog at the guest, due to the habit of slaughtering, and a joy from the dogs of the tribe follows it, pure milk with which the shepherd hastens, and fresh meat. Ibn Harma said, And a barking seeker. I alerted my dog to his voice, and I said to him, Stand at the hill and answer. So there came one hidden of person whom hunger desired, with a blow of a sharp sword, whetted of edges. So she welcomed and rejoiced when I saw him, and that is the one with whom I meet every calamity. Regarding the meaning of the dog in barking, Ibn Ayah says regarding al-Hutayah, May God make ugly al-Hutayah, for he is shitting upon every guest who visits him. I was pushed to him while he was strangling his dog. Verily, every dog, may you have no father, is a barker. I wept over a malicious sour milk with which I was hosted. Verily, every Absi wails over the provision. They have said regarding the description of the doors of the people of ability and wealth, if they uphold the right of grace. The Rajaz poet said, Indeed, bounty is where you see the crowding. Another said, People crowd at his door, and the easy watering place is of much crowding. Another said, If you become poor, you see your door empty, and you see that wealth guides visitors to you. This is not of the first meaning. This is but like his saying, Did you not see the house of poverty abandoned by its people, while the house of wealth is guided to and visited? And this is like his saying, When your money is little, you are alone, and which people are visitors of the destitute? The Arabs prefer the earning man and the seeking energetic one, and they blame the resident failure and the lazy sluggard. Therefore their poet said, praising a man, Diverse are his demands, distant his concern, traverser of valleys, cold of sleeping place. Another praised himself, saying, So if you come to me in the winter and seek the place of my bedding, it is cold at night. Another said, "To a king whom distance does not break his resolve, an Exeter, a lever of the paved bed." Another said, "So may you be ransomed by the short of concern, who fills his eye with sleep when your bedding is cast down cold." Another said, "A white, smiling one, cold is his sleeping place. The single morsel satiates him repeatedly." They praise the owners of fires and blame the owners of extinguishment. The poet said, "He has a fire kindled by every wind when darkness covers the hill. He was not the most abundant of them in grazing herds, but he was the most spacious of them in armed generosity." Muzarad bin Dirar said, "So he saw my fire, and it was reddish, kindled in the height of a plateau for looking eyes. He made it reddish so it would be brighter." Likewise, the fire, if its wood is dry, is more intense in the redness of its flame, and if its smoke is abundant, its light is little. Another said, "And a fire like the magic of the Oud, its light is raised with the night by the gusts of the shifting winds. Whenever the place of the fire is more elevated, its owner is more generous and glorious, due to the multitude of those who see it from the distance." Do you not see al-Nabiga al-Jadi when he says, "He prevented treachery, so I did not intend it," and the brother of treachery, when he intends, does? Fear of God, and that I am a man whose mention is but like a fire on a hill. Kansa al-Sulaymiyah said, "And indeed Sakha, the guides follow him as if he were a mountain peak. In its head is a fire. Nothing prevents me from explaining all that passes, except my reliance upon your knowledge." The benefit of this book is only for him who narrates poetry and speech and goes the ways of the people, or has acquired of it a good acquisition. Among what indicates the generosity of the people are their noble oaths and their honourable vows. Madan bin Jawas al-Kindi said, "If what I conveyed was from me, then blame me, my friend, and may the fingertips be severed from my hands. And may I shroud Mundhir alone in his cloak, and may a killer from the enemies encounter Hort." Al-Ashtar Malik bin al-Harith said in the like of that also, "May I remain alone and deviate from glory, and meet my guests with a frowning face, if I do not launch a raid against Ibn Harb, which is not free a single day from the spoil of souls. Horses like ghouls, lean, running with white swords, bold in the calamity. The iron heated upon them, so it is as if it is the shining of lightning or the rays of suns." Ibn Sayhan said, "Forbidden is my daughter-in-law to me by evil, and that I mention my companion ever with blame. I have made forbidden the friendship of Banu Muti, the forbidding of oil to the man in pilgrim sanctity, and their silk which they did not buy, and their assembly in the wrestling of darkness. If time deviates, I extend a rope, strong from the ropes of Banu Hashim, and the leaf of their wood is ever moist, when the woods of the base ones become dusty."